favorite author, Charles Dickens, also George Eliot. And it has been pointed out that the night sky in the painting that I talked about, Starry Night Above the Rhone, is almost a kind of quotation. A painting can be also seen as a kind of quotation in a certain sense. And this painting seems to refer directly to a scene in Dickens's Hard Times, in which Stephen Blackpool gazes at the star as he contemplates his life and his death, which he foresees. Dickens loved, Van Gogh loved Dickens and George Eliot also for the way that these writers depicted the minutest everyday details of ordinary lives and elevated them into something richly literary. And in this, what Van Gogh discovered and what we discover is Victorian social realism, in all its filth and ordinariness. And, but this is transformed into a kind of grandeur in literature. And Van Gogh did this in his paintings. When he painted, for example, the rather ragged and dried up sunflowers, or old shoes, a pair of old shoes, another of Van Gogh's famous paintings, or the potato-eating peasants, the potato eaters, that's the title of the painting. So that sort of painting, which Van Gogh painted around this time in his career, was influenced largely by his encounters with social realism in Victorian novels. And he wrote to his brother saying that his whole life now was aimed at making ordinary things from everyday ordinary life the subjects of art, ordinary things from everyday life that Dickens, for example, describes in his novels. And Van Gogh had been particularly impressed, I'm not sure if that's the right word to use, by Whitechapel, a place in London, which he described to his brother Theo as an extremely poor area, which you must have read about in Dickens. And some of his paintings reflect the living conditions in Whitechapel around that time. And when Van Gogh arrived in England in 1873, London was slowly establishing itself. In fact, not very slowly, but I'm not sure if that's the right adverb to use, but London was establishing itself as the world's capital of a number of things, including the graphic arts. And there was a thriving literary market, not only in London, but also internationally, because of the empire. There were paintings that people drew, that Van Gogh drew, showing London life, showing men and women waiting near pubs, waiting for the pubs to open, and street cleaners cleaning the streets, pushing their carts. He even painted Newgate prisoners. All right, I think this is as far as I shall get. In one of his paintings, this is the final observation with which I shall end. In one of his paintings called The Bedroom, he depicts a rather ugly, empty bedroom. There's a wooden bed and two chairs. And in one of his letters where he talks about this painting, he said that he wanted, and this painting was in 1889, the year after he had painted the chairs. And he wrote about this painting saying that he wanted to arrive at some sort of effect of simplicity, as is described in the novel Felix Holt. And he wrote, the exact words are, yes, here was a reference to Eliot's working class hero who, despite the temptation to rise, I'm paraphrasing it, he talks about Eliot's Felix Holt and says that the working class hero, despite the temptation to rise upward into the middle class, or the upper middle class, chooses an existence of material simplicity. This painting of the empty bedroom is again, something inspired by Felix Holt. So there we are then, Van Gogh and 19th century Britain. This was the subject of the exhibition at the gallery called Tate Britain in August. I'm not sure about the month, but this was in 2019. I'm not sure if this was August. It could have been spring. Sorry about that, but this was 2019. But the important thing is that this exhibition explores, and we can do the same in our research, this exhibition explores Van Gogh's love for Victorian literature, his fascination with Victorian life, and the kind of influence that Victorian England cast upon Van Gogh. So that's just about all. I'm sure have gone on for much, much longer than the 10 minutes I promised you. But then that's sometimes how things happen with me. Now,
Thank you, Shubhajit. That was a wonderful lecture, and we will come back to it with questions. But we must begin the keynote.
Yes, of course we must now. And I invite Dr. Bornita Bakci, who is Associate Professor in Comparative Literature at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. I'll invite her to speak on Carpenter. She has sent us her abstract, which has...
it is not at all about Carpenter, as my abstract indicates.
No.
The subject is entirely women's utopias from India.
Oh, yes, women's utopia. Sorry about that. So I invite Dr. Bornita Bakci. I'm not going to introduce her further because she is widely known. And in fact, her mother happened to be my teacher at Jadavpur University when I studied there. A teacher that we looked on with great respect and admiration, Professor Joshadhara Bakci. So, Bornita.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Sengupta.
That's the connection that you have with well, me and many others. And I'm sure Nandini also was Joshadhara's student at Jadavpur. Well, we now look forward to the keynote address from Dr. Bornita Bakci. Over to you, Dr. Bakci.
Thank you, and thank you very much to the Department of English at the University of Burdwan, to Professor Nandini Bhattacharya, to Dr. Shubhajit Sengupta, and to all the assembled colleagues and students that I meet here today. I woke up, and I will use the Bengali term, bhorbala. And in the connection of the greens here, I live in a very green part of the Netherlands in South Holland. And Burdwan, as I remember it, where, as I told Nandini, I went when my mother, the late Joshadhara Bakci, was conferred her D.Litt honoris causa. I have been there afterwards as well to conduct workshops. But I remember that, and I feel this resonance. And my work has always been about resonance. I was trained in English literature and have worked in a department of comparative literature for the past 12 years because of this interest in resonances across nations and cultures. So when I heard Professor Sengupta, I was reminded of the village of Nuenen in Brabant in the Netherlands, where indeed Vincent van Gogh lived for 2 years with his parents. Both sides, the parents and Van Gogh, were deeply religious, but they also had a conflicted relationship. And that is where he described himself as a peasant painter and also rebelled against aspects of his parents' bourgeoisie. So religion was very present, and religion was not the same to everyone. Van Gogh felt this all his life. So that crisis of faith and the kind of impact that religion and radicalism had on Van Gogh all his life, in which Victorian British connections played an important role. Thank you so much for reminding us of that. My talk today, as I said, would be on the long 19th century. I was always in dialogue with my late mother, as first a scholar of the pre-Victorian period, the period from 1780 to 1820. That is what my Cambridge doctoral work and book was about, focused on women's narratives of education. and then as a scholar of Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain, whose work comes from the absolute tail end of the Victorian period and takes us on further. So it is in that spirit that I give this lecture. Now, the late Professor Dilip Borua trained at Cotton College, Guwahati, Banaras Hindu University, University of Leeds, and the University of Sheffield, completed his PhD from the University of Sheffield in 1966 on the work of the thinker and activist Edward Carpenter, whose work has, of course, many utopian dimensions, illuminated by Leela Gandhi, and I saw from Professor Danta's abstract that he will talk about these aspects. But this is a remarkably early PhD on a topic like this. It was done under the supervision of W.H.G. Armitage, who wrote a book called Yesterday's Tomorrows, a historical survey of future societies. I knew Professor Borua personally, not intellectually. And when I give my talk today, I think of my mother and Professor Borua, to whom this talk is a tribute. I also think of Professor Dhritikanta Lahiri Chaudhuri and Professor Sheila Lahiri Chaudhuri. Borua's work has towards its end a long section on D.H. Lawrence, and Professor Borua supervised Professor Sheila Lahiri Chaudhuri on D.H. Lawrence, as I remember. So these connections are very moving. At the very tail end of the Victorian period and the following Edwardian and Georgian periods, emerged in Bengal the unique voice of Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain, articulator of faces of the utopian, encompassing what Lyman Tower Sargent calls utopian micro-communities and the literary utopia. And as a writer, educator, thinker, Hussain is helping us reinvent the third phase of utopianism Sargent discusses, social theory. I discuss facets of gender and utopia or social dreaming in Hussain's writing, connect her work also to writing by 19th century Indian women writers like Krupabai Satyanathan and Kamala Satyanathan, and trace comparative resonances, if time permits, with late 18th century British women writers such as Mary Wollstonecraft. The social dreaming of utopia combines social and imaginative experimentation and articulates anticipations of the future. Although the Greek word utopia was invented in Europe in 1516 by Thomas More in his Latin work Utopia, utopia as an imaginative mode manifests itself in all inhabited continents. Utopian and dystopian writing are also classifiable under the umbrella term speculative writing, writing which speculates with or takes risks with the worlds it builds. Now, Sargent, surely by now the great-grandfather of utopian studies today, discusses famously the three phases of utopianism. The literary utopia, referring to a verbal description of a society or a community that is an improved version of the current reality of the author or the reader. Utopian practice, referring to the actual rather than the fictional transformation of the everyday. And utopian social theory, referring to the ways in which utopia is used as a method of analysis, explanation of social change, or key concept for post-colonialist and anti-globalization movements. The three phases are strongly intertwined. And I've been responsible for putting Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain centrally at the forefront of utopian studies. This talk, however, also mobilizes utopia as heuristic methodology, following the work of the sociologist Ruth Levitas, and finds Levitas's notion of utopia as desire for a better life also to be important. Levitas argued in the concept of utopia that utopia is the experimental or heuristic expression of the desire for a better way of being or living, and as such is braided through human culture. And I wanted to particularly emphasize this strand. My last project on utopia was on resonances between M.K. Gandhi and British Quakers, where the matter of grace and felt religion contributing to social cooperation and fellowship, so important in Victorian resonances, that has seemed to me to be very important. And I'll be talking today about a believing Muslim writer, educator, social dreamer. The transcultural and transnational approaches and the approach of entangled histories are also vital in this talk. The transcultural and transnational are relational approaches, examining transmissions, interactions, circulations, and interweaving between nations and cultures, relativizing the national perspective without banishing the category of the nation from mental horizons, in eschewing a view of cultures as sutured or monoclonal. South Asian, Indian and Bengali Muslim educationist, feminist and writer Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain has been placed by scholars like Sonia Nishat Amin, Bharati Rai and me in the wider context of women organizing themselves in associations to create social change through education for women in the province of Bengal in colonial India from about 1900 to 1932. And this was also one of the key things that I learned from my mother and her colleagues at Jadavpur University, the interdisciplinary aspect. My work on Ruqayya has been formed by the ability to see the importance of her work in associational organization, in education, and in literary imagination. These things come together and they require approaches from history of education, from sociology, from women's studies, from literature, from history. We need all of these for an integrated understanding. Ruqayya's oeuvre shows us how women belonging to colonized countries such as India created powerful and innovative educational practices and discourses, combining feminism and movements for women's access to and empowerment through modern education. Women belonging to the so-called peripheries of the British Empire thus could and did exercise highly articulate agency for women's education in the colonial period. It is symptomatic of Ruqayya's ambition and achievement that Ladyland, the title of the utopian country described by Ruqayya in her very famous English language fictional Tour de Force, Sultana's Dream, 1905, should have all women universities propelling social change and progress in an imagined country where women rule public affairs, while men, in a tongue-in-cheek and very satirical role reversal, remain confined to activities in the private sphere. Ladyland is the dream vision of Sultana, a recognizably non-Occidental woman. The fact that the term signifies a female political ruler clearly points to how sweeping Ruqayya's goals for Bengali, Indian, South Asian, and non-Occidental women's education were. And I should also make clear that Indian, Bengali, and South Asian are all overlapping categories for understanding Ruqayya, who was born in what would be present-day Bangladesh, undertook her mature educational activism in present-day India, and is recognized today as an iconic figure in Bangladesh and in other countries in South Asia, particularly encompassing India, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Ruqayya is seen today as a major figure in the history of women's activism and education in South Asia. A key debate in the history of such women centers around the place of gender in political and social reform in colonial India. The contentious issue of social versus political reform emerged and crystallized in India by the 1880s, heart of the Victorian period. Gender and the condition of Indian woman became the crux of the issue. An analysis of the careers of Ruqayya and a host of other women bears out that the woman's question was never resolved in colonial India, despite attempts on the part of the British colonial state and masculinist nationalism to do so. By 1927, India saw the foundation, through the initiative of the Irish woman Margaret Cousins and Indian women, of an all-women platform, the All India Women's Conference, still active, which started by working for women's education, but which soon began campaigning for political issues such as women's suffrage. AIWC was one of hundreds of such women's organizations, in the work of which campaigns for women's education and other socio-political issues went hand in hand. It is an obvious point, but one that is worth emphasizing, that women educational actors such as Cousins utilized and used as a resource the transnational character of the British Empire, which allowed transactions and conversations between women from regions as disparate as Ireland and India. Such exchanges became, as Kumari Jayawardena has shown, anti-imperialist and anti-colonial on many occasions. While those working for greater gender equity in colonial India found themselves caught between the British colonial state and revivalist neo-patriarchal nationalists such as Tilak, articulate reformist women active in the field of education challenged private public boundaries, challenged Indian patriarchy, both old and new, and through their activities and writing, gave voice to ideologies and views widely at variance with conservative Indian nationalists and hegemonic British colonial officialdom. My work has also furthered our understanding of the relationship between microhistories and macrohistories of women's education that contributed to the formation of these social communities of experimentation, which are part of the faces of utopianism. So I draw on the work of the late, great Shoboshati Bhattacharya and his colleagues, who analyzed documents pertaining to women's education in India in the period 1850 to 1920, showing that the number of female students in schools and colleges in India increased by a factor of 8 between 1881 and 1915, again encompassing the Victorian period and the transition to the later one. Even so, of course, in 1911, nowhere in British India more than 1% of the female population had access to education at any level. In such a context, the micro-initiatives of Indian women assume a special importance for their grassroots base. Government statistics revealed, as Professor Bhattacharya showed, that Indian non-governmental and private expenditure on women's education in 1850 to 1920 was as high as 52.22% in 1881 to 82. The myth that it was a benevolent British imperial government which supported female education in the face of a passive or hostile colonized Indian populace is shattered. As Bhattacharya et al. Say, unenlightened India bore more than half the cost of female formal schooling through private donation or fees. The share of non-governmental and private expenditure in Indian female education went down to 21.22% in 1921 to 22. Equally, by that year, government expenditure went up, mainly contributed by provincial government expenditure. This increase in government expenditure owed much to the anti-colonial movement, to the passing of the Government of India Act of 1919, which devolved limited local self-government to Indians, including in the area of education. So there is a complicated picture that emerges here that my work bears out. On the one hand, I stand by the fruits of the anti-colonial movement for improvements in government expenditure in education. At the same time, some of the women that I have looked at also had to fight extreme phases of masculinist nationalism. So let us correlate these facts with the chronology of Pandita Ramabai, 1858 to 1922, and Ruqayya. In the early 1880s, we saw private resources were contributing to the major part of the expenses for girls' schooling in colonial India. But there was a public dissatisfaction with the state of female education. Ramabai's first major public exposure as activist for women's education was a deposition before the Hunter Commission in 1882, where she spoke up in particular for women's medical education. She became a campaigner for the education of girls, women, and child widows, and built up schools, asylums, and training institutions for women, lower castes, and the disabled, till her death in 1922. Meanwhile, in Bengal, Ruqayya started her school in Calcutta in 1911 as a private initiative and was successful in sustaining the institution. After much campaigning, her school started receiving very partial ad hoc government grants. In 1921 to 1922, Ruqayya was an audible voice in the Bengali literary public sphere, who campaigned in her writing for widening of female access to education. We thus see that female-led Indian initiative and campaigns for greater public support of such education at the micro level were key correlates and determinants of greater public awareness and resource generation for female education. And Ramabai's communities were described in contemporary writing as female kingdoms, as little female utopia. There are some striking similarities between Ramabai's and Krupabai Satyanathan's lives. Krupabai, as you will know, was another remarkable Indian writer, Christian, who published notably in the 1880s and 1890s. Both of these women intended to study medicine. Both had to give up their plans due to health reasons. Ramabai had a hearing impairment, and Krupabai, who won a scholarship to study medicine in England, was not allowed to go due to her failing health. She later enrolled at Madras Christian College for the same purpose, but had to give up her studies due to a health breakdown. Satyanathan, like Ramabai, was an actor in the educational and welfare sphere. The former, after marrying Reverend Samuel Satyanathan, started a school for Muslim girls in Uttakamund, with help from the Church Missionary Society. She taught girls in other schools too. Both published their writings at roughly the same time, and this is again at the heart of the Victorian period. Satyanathan's novel, Saguna, A Story of Native Christian Life, was serialized in the Madras Christian College magazine in 1887 to 88. Her other novel, Kamala, A Story of Hindu Life, was published in 1894 in Madras, while Saguna tells the semi-autobiographical story of a young Indian woman who converts to Christianity. Kamala tells the story of an upper-caste Hindu child wife and later widow. Although Kamala refuses the chance to escape the sufferings of her life by remarrying, the novel is not primarily judgmental. Instead, it offers a sympathetic anatomy of Kamala's life. Her ultimate satisfaction comes in the novel from her many acts of philanthropy and charity, and that is what also connects up to characters, for example, in Ruqya Sakhawat Hussein's Poddarag, where the heroine does exactly this. The present writer discovered a posthumous collection of Satyanathan's miscellaneous writings published from Madras, in which a whole selection of reviews of the writer's books is excerpted. These show how sophisticated the literary reviewing sphere already was in relation to Indian women's writing in English by the closing decade of the 19th century, and how attentive writers and publishers in India were to culling and publicizing such reception of literature. That's another face of Victorian times in India that we've forgotten. Take this excerpted review. Saguna, her first book, may be described as a study of the new woman as she is in Indian surroundings. It is to some extent biographical. The story, which relies on characterization rather than plot, is told in the first person. We get many glimpses of inner native life and thought almost unknown to European readers. Many of her descriptions of scenery, household routine, and pleasures, and jealously believed legends are fascinating reading, and she possesses a vein of incisive satire. A few days ago, I peer-reviewed an article for the single most highly rated North American journal in literary studies, citing 3 of my chapters on 19th century women writers, to build up an argument that the new woman was co-constituted by the work of Indian women writers such as Satyanathan, as my work suggests. I also learnt with pleasure that the 3rd volume of the Broadview Anthology of British Literature will include Ruqya Sakhawat Hussein's work in the section on the new woman. So this is another reinvention of the state of the art in Victorian studies. Krupabai Satyanathan was a member of literary families. If we take a roll call of the writing members of the Satyanathan family that Krupabai married into, we find Satyanathan's husband's father, Reverend W.T. Satyanathan, Satyanathan's husband's mother, Anna Satyanathan, Satyanathan's husband, Samuel Satyanathan, Krupabai herself, and the woman that her husband married after her husband died, Kamala Satyanathan. Moreover, Kamala, as many of you in this room virtually will know, edited the Indian Ladies magazine in which Ruqya published Sultana's Dream. Kamala edited this distinguished magazine first with her husband from 1901 till 1906 when Samuel died. As a widow, she published the magazine till 1913 and revived it again after it was discontinued in 1918, in 1919, and again from 1927 to 1934. Sarojini Naidu was one of the other contributors to the Indian Ladies magazine, and I will come back to this. By 1904, so just after the Victorian period ended, that was 1901, Ruqya had become a regular writer of polemically feminist essays in Bengali language periodicals and reviews such as Nobonur Mohila and Noboprabha. Widowed at the age of 29, using a legacy of rupees 10,000 left her by her husband to start a school for girls, having first attempted to start this in her marital town Bhagalpur, and this having proved a failure, Ruqya comes as an independent widow, starts the Sakhawat Hussain Memorial School for Muslim girls in a rented house in Kolkata with 8 students, and we know the rest of the story, the incredible achievement that this was. In 1916, she starts the Bengal branch of the Anjuman-e-Khwatin-e-Islam, an association for Muslim women busying itself in welfareist and developmental work, sending women into the slums of Kolkata to take literacy and educational training classes. In 1922, she becomes president of Nari Shilpo Vidyalaya, Women's Arts and Industry School, and Nari Tirtho, women's institution, set up by a male social activist and writer, Lutfur Rahman, to rehabilitate destitute women and prostitutes. Ruqya's presence as a polemical, uncompromisingly feminist writer in the literary public sphere made her job as educator more challenging. She could never pass off as a docile teacher, helping to turn out equally biddable girls who would not challenge patriarchy or colonialism. But her status as writer also gave Ruqya's work a sharpened edge, greater public visibility, and greater power to mold public opinion about women's education. I would like today, because I know that some of you have read quite a bit of my work on Ruqya Sakhawat Hussain, I would like now to turn to Kamala Satyanathan, Now, anyone who has leafed through some of the Indian Ladies magazine will know what a Victorian flavor that magazine has. It's a kind of slightly retro flavor. The journal started absolutely at the tail end of it. If you go to ideasofindia.org, you will find some later issues already digitized. It's not easy to read this work. You can read it in Madras. I've been able to consult it at the British Library, but there are attempts to digitize it. Now, Kamala Satyanathan is not someone we remember very much today. I've published on her in Women's History Review, using the account of her life by her daughter Padmini Sengupta, who published The Portrait of an Indian Woman in 1956. Kamala had a very distinguished educational trajectory, graduating from Presidency College Madras in 1898, and she was also the first woman in South India to complete her graduation. She was, of course, not an aristocratic or wealthy woman. The three generations of Indian Christian women, Krupabai, Kamala, and Padmini, most certainly did not have lives also characterized only by privilege. They used their educational capital well. Kamala's arduous life as independent widow, seeking to support her children financially and emotionally, is a telling example of the struggles of widowed women of her class and religion, connecting up also to Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussein's work and to her utopian novella, Poddorag, in which the institution of Tarini Bhavan is run by a Brahmo widow, Dinotarini Sen. Women such as Kamala drew much strength from their ability to create associational and network lives with other women. Padmini Sengupta has to date received virtually no credit for her role in this connected, associational and networked history. And one may speculate whether this is partly because of her own literary register of filial affection and affiliation to her mother, and her representation of a mother in herself in ways that emphasize mutual love. There may be some of you in this room who have read the numerous biographies of women like Ramabai and Torudat that Padmini Sengupta wrote. Now, Samuel, says Padmini, persuaded Kamala to start the Indian Ladies magazine in 1901 because he felt that a journal for women would be of immense value at the dawn of the 20th century. The position of women was definitely unsatisfactory, and the reformers and pioneer men and women who wished to improve their status required a practical journal to publicize and coordinate their efforts. So I was quoting all this way through. Social reform is for Padmini the key area then for functioning of the Indian Ladies magazine. Recent research in the history of women's education in India, including mine, is beginning to show how connected, mutually elusive and networked women actors in the field of education and social reform were. Indeed, utopian social theory is also acknowledging this importance with the awareness that through a reformation in the now here, a new social future may be envisaged. Padmini anticipated the findings of such research. She has wonderful vignettes, for example, remembering the British theosophist and early Indian nationalist Annie Besant driving along in her Rolls Royce along the marina in Madras, or at the center of theosophy, Adyar, with her devotees around her. Padmini also remembers Besant's short cropped hair and Indian costume. She writes that the great educational welfareist writer and activist Pandita Ramabai, the famous Indian Zoroastrian lawyer Cornelia Sorabji, and Rani Lady Harnam Singh of Punjab are other women reformers mentioned in the early issues of the journal. All three Christian women from different regions. Padmini also writes about the presence in her mother's life of prominent white women educationists such as Isabella Thoburn, founder of the Isabella Thoburn College for Women in Lucknow in North India in 1870, as well as Elizabeth Adelaide Manning, who followed Mary Carpenter, that other important carpenter, we can talk about her later, in leading the National Indian Association in the UK. Manning engaged in many activities such as championing kindergarten education, but she also became a great supporter of Indian women's medical education. Cornelia Sorabji was financially assisted by Manning in completing her studies in law at the University of Oxford. Cornelia stayed with Manning for some time in England. Padmini refers to Manning as the editor of the magazine of the NIA, but by doing so, she allows us to see the bonds of association and friendship existing between white and Indian women active in social reform in the early 20th century. Her biography goes in a personalized manner behind the pages of the ILM, of which she was assistant editor, and brings alive the personal friendships between Indian and British women active in the educational and reformist spheres. It also offers a very interesting picture of, shall we say, friendships and distances between Kamala Satyanathan and Sarojini Naidu. Kamala is described by her daughter as being shy and diffident, and is gradually receding into quiet home life, journalism, and social work, whereas Mrs. Naidu dazzled the international world with her glorious lyrics and her flair for politics, and was quoting. Naidu said to Padmini that the ILM had finished its work. I'm quoting, "The magazine was once one of the most important publications in the country. It was needed to awake the women of India to right their wrongs and to announce the clarion call of reformers. But it is needed no longer now. The women of the country think they know everything. They do not wish to be taught any longer. I am glad Kamala stopped the magazine when she did." Now, this, of course, is debatable, and I think we will be looking more and more at the Indian Ladies magazine. Deborah M. Logan has written a very impressive, recent, book-length study of the Indian Ladies magazine. And she sees a transformation in the magazine's discourse between 1901, when the journal began at the very end of the Victorian period, and 1938, when it ceased publication. That discourse begins in the year of Empress Victoria's death, with praise of Victoria seen as the mother of a colonial brood. But by 1938, when the magazine stops publication, the discourse turns instead to praising Mother India, which now also includes Bharat Mata. The late Professor Joshadhara Bagchi, who is warmly acknowledged by Logan, was one of the latter's key interlocutors when Logan made a long academic stay in Kolkata. The influence of Professor Bagchi's path-breaking work on the iconicity of motherhood in late 19th century Indian society and culture can be found in Logan's analysis of the Indian Ladies magazine. Kamala, in her daughter's biography of her, is a unique, vivid personality possessed of a wide circle that she reached also through her writing, and someone possessed of common sense, strong opinions, and a sense of humor, like a character in a piece of realistic fiction. Padmini also sees her mother as an Indian mother. I'm quoting, "Ma Janani, Amma Garu" in a home. Kamala is also someone whose biography reveals aspects of home life of a South Indian middle-class family, end quote, running a regulated household, offering time to read and think, which is perhaps the secret of the last generation, for our parents possessed a poise and dignity, which is not so evident today. And I see that some things do not change, because that is how I feel about the earlier generation. Dignified, poised, and reflective, Padmini's description of her mother's household is designed to attract the modern reader and sketches a distinctive idiom of vintage 20th century modernity in South India. She's also clear that her biography is social history. She cites G.M. Trevelyan, citing his remark about how the social historian would be well served if we had access to the biographies of the millions of men, women, and children who have lived in England. And as you see, I'm suggesting that in this networked history of women's associational work, writing, very often writing in minor genres such as life writing, we have other faces of utopia. I do not want to go on very much longer, so I will go to the penultimate section of my paper. Astonishing resonances between women social dreamers writing of the 18th and 19th centuries and the work of the early 20th century writer Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain formed the trigger for my lifelong work on Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain. I was working on Sarah Scott, who was publishing in the 1760s, and I was reading Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain at the same time, shortly after I completed my PhD at Cambridge. And I was amazed by the resonances. I've published on them elsewhere, the resonances of the fiction of Sarah Scott or Lady Mary Walker with Ruqayya. But today I want to bring in the resonances of Mary Wollstonecraft, radical novelist, journalist, philosopher, historian, travel writer, writer of educational texts, a match for Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain, and that is not easy. A political radical, supporter of the French Revolution, someone who took on Edmund Burke in her A Vindication of the Rights of Men, 1790, during the war of ideas that shook Britain around the time of the French Revolution. Wollstonecraft spoke against an aristocratic, feudal, corrupt order. She championed middle-class democratic ethics and was deeply influenced by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, while also being a critic of Rousseau's misogyny. She had an unusually emancipated personal life, was, among other things, the mother of Mary Shelley, and one of her two most powerful creative works is Maria, or The Wrongs of Woman, published after her death. Maria is, among other things, a fictional deepening and enrichment of Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, which all of you know, There is a strong presence of the Gothic mode in this work, and I'm quoting, "Abodes of horror have frequently been described in castles filled with spectres and chimeras, conjured up by the magic spell of genius to harrow the soul and absorb the wandering mind. But formed of such stuff as dreams are made of, what were they to the mansion of despair, in one corner of which Maria sat, endeavoring to recall her scattered thoughts?" And that is a lunatic asylum. In many works of this species, I'm quoting still, the hero is allowed to be mortal and to become wise and virtuous as well as happy by a train of events and circumstances. The heroines, on the contrary, are to be born immaculate and to act like goddesses of wisdom, just come forth highly finished Minervas from the head of love. And you read her searing humor and satire there. Back to the text. For my part, I cannot suppose any situation more distressing than for a woman of sensibility with an improving mind to be bound to such a man as I have described for life, obliged to renounce all humanizing affections. Matrimonial despotism of heart and conduct seem to me to be the peculiar wrongs of woman. So Maria is in a lunatic asylum because her husband has consigned her there. She cannot get a divorce from her husband, though there is total incompatibility and wrongdoing from her part. And the resonances here with Rokeya Sakhawat Hussein's novella Pod do Rag, published in 1924, but written much later, with its community of sisters, many of whom are BA fail, so BA as in the Bengali word bibaho, and the BA degree are ringing, and I've written on this elsewhere. Maria, wrongfully placed in this asylum, forges a cross-class solidarity with Jemima, a wardress and working-class woman whose travails have known no bounds. This is a tale with multiple possible endings, and not one is finished. Not one is a happy romantic ending. In one possible ending, Maria is saved from suicide by Jemima, who finds Maria's firstborn daughter. Maria embraces life partly for the sake of her child, and Jemima, Maria, and Maria's daughter form a new family in this fragmentary ending. The asylum, of course, is a Foucauldian liminal space, a heterotopia. In these comparative resonances, when we juxtapose similarities and dissimilarities, will both be found. And in terms of network, please remember, I have analyzed her story, Boligorto, elsewhere. Of course, her work is in dialogue with the work and movements unleashed by key males with a key utopian dimension. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, such a dialoguer with Edward Carpenter, is also present, especially in the early 1920s. The Khilafat and non-cooperation phase writings of Rokeya are prominent even when unnamed presence in Rokeya's writings, and women working for the Congress are a prominent presence in works like Boligorto. You will have noticed what a prominent role remembrance and memory play in understanding the good place, literal or metaphorical, the place of dreams, the place one works on, in the now here, with an awareness of inevitable elusiveness. For a webinar titled In Memoriam, in Victorian Times, remembering Professor Dilip Borua, a friend of the late Joshudhara Bagchi, I finish with a translation, mine in these pages, of the late Professor Bagchi's Salina Bahar Zaman lecture given at Dhaka. And I'm quoting in translation from the works of my mother. Death and other forms of separation beset us in this part of South Asia. Remembrance is our weapon against all these forms of separation. We see in Salina Bahar Zaman's work the confident blooming of the faith that made the 17th century British poet write, "Death, be not proud, for death shall die." Among the wonders that we encounter in life is the phenomenon of Salina Bahar, and I'm going outside the text. She kept on organizing commemoration after commemoration. That was one of the things she did, who set out determinedly to negate death through remembrance, herself being snatched away in untimely fashion from all those who loved her. But remembrance roared back in protest. Death, be not proud. The association that was created to preserve her memory spread Salina's work in many directions. I have come from distant Kolkata, not distant in a geographic sense, but distant in terms of state boundaries, having received your invitation. I have come to divulge that Salina Bahar Zaman is present even today among us. And the next part I shall quote in Bangla. Noyono shomukhe tumi nai, noyoner majkhane niyecho je ঠাঁই। আজি তাই শ্যামলে শ্যামল তুমি নীলিমায় নীল আমার নিখিল তোমাতে পেয়েছি তার অন্তরের মিল নাহি জানি কেহ নাহি জানে তব সুর বাজে মোর গানে কবির অন্তরে তুমি কবি নও ছবি শুধু নও ছবি। Memory is thus for us not a call to turn backwards, but rather a call to move forward. Just as remembrance is an attempt at creating a subtle union between the individual and the collective, so also endeavors of remembrance rehearse the possibility that the past may unite with the present to make the future possible. Therefore, for the worshippers of humanity in our generation, welcoming and greeting remembrance is the greatest sort of festival of welcome and greeting. I end my quote in translation from the late Professor Bagchi's work, and it is with these utopian resonances that I conclude, thanking you very much for your patience.
Can there be, Bornita, sort of web clap?
No, I think we can do a real clap.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, actually. Yeah. Beautiful. Very nice.
Remarkable. And we are so, so glad that you are with us. Remarkable because all these strands came together in the end as remembrance. Thank you, Bornita.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The session is now open to questions.
Dr. Bagchi, I'm Shubhajit. Thank you for that rather extraordinary reading of Ruqya Hussain and Wollstonecraft and Kamala Satyanathan in light of utopian feminism. But doesn't it strike you as rather strange that there should have been no such writing as the one by Ruqya in the little over 100 years between Wollstonecraft and Ruqya herself in India?
This is, of course, very interesting as a question. And for this, I can only turn to the work of fellow scholars, such as, for example, Rosinka Chaudhuri, who have been alerting us to the remarkable dimensions of the immense literary transition that India had to undergo between the 18th century, around 1757, when the Bonikir Dondo becomes Raj Dondo. This also means that colonialism involves loss. We have to acknowledge that. There is an incredible range of traditions. Things like Mongol Kabbo and Perso-Arabian poetry are still flourishing, while the British are troping this entire period in a very communal manner as we have come to save you from benighted Muslim rulers. Out of this slowly, already, it's very fast, by 1817, when the Hindu college is formed, Indians are taking on agents in their own hands, and they're making a claim to the new learning that is coming to them. And Raja Ram Mohan Rai is surely a key figure in this transition, someone who would not allow any of these sides to be lost, who would take the older kinds of writing and thought and who would blend it with the new. But I think part of the answer does lie in the fact, as far as India is concerned, in how much of an immense transition with a lot of pain involved there, and attempts to polarize and divide society and make it disacknowledge parts of its past, Indians had to go through. For Ruqya Sakhawat Hussein's work, what I find also extraordinary, and Nandini Dia and I have talked a little bit about it, is this, that she's also having to cope with being an entrant into a field as a Muslim woman when the literary public sphere in that period of the 19th century has first been inhabited more by either Hindu writers or Indian Christian writers who have access to English education. So she is coming in as someone with a great commitment to Bangla from her aristocratic background, and then having to commit to writing in Bangla. Sultana's Dream is her only work in English. Now, if you think about the amounts of fractures, losses, damages, and then novelization, renouvellement, I'm forced to think in French, that Indian society has to create in that period between 1757 and around 1900, then I am actually not surprised. And I would still, as you know, my bias is very well known. I have, like many of us Bengalis, read a fair amount, and I'm yet to come across a voice which is as wide-ranging, as interesting, as playful, and as committed to renovating the here and now as Ruqayyah Sakhawat Hussain. So that would be my answer to the question.
Thank you, Dr. Bakshi. Thank you.
Bunita, just to add to what you have said, I would refer to that very seminal book by Ghulam Murshid, who inhabits London, whose book is called From Rashundari to Ruqayyah, where he does mention two Muslim writers, Begum Faizun Nisa, and another one whose name I now forget, who had published in Bama Buddhiti. But, if we take into account people like, say, Rashundari, or say someone like Kailash Rashini, I think it's not absence. It's a texturing that is fairly remarkable. If you take 68 as the year, as Murshid suggests, when Amar Jiban is being published, then, and very soon, within 3 or 4 years, Hindu Mohilaganer Hinabostha comes out. And we wouldn't know of all the Muslim voices. 2 are recorded. I think that it is not empty. It is not empty.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I was not saying at all that it is empty, but I was here specifically talking about utopian resonances, because that's what I took to be the spirit of Shubhajit's question. I completely agree with you. I mean, so Wollstonecraft in that spirit of the heterotopia, and Ruqayyah and that voice. And Rup Jalal also, I mean, fortunately, there has been scholarly work on Rup Jalal as well. And we are lucky that we have this. Anisul Zaman's work has also alerted us to many aspects of it. But yes, it's that voice of associational change, playfulness, wanting to change society while writing that I was referring to. So I agree with you.
Yes, I would just, add, if, the quotient of playfulness is one of the factors that we are factoring in, then the text of Amar Jiban is significant, because there is, despite a lot of whining, a lot of playfulness as well, such as, say, making of a snake, which is made of mud, but it is seen as real. And the very use of the word jitakhar, which means that that element of critique, playfulness, and an element of projection of what a woman could do is there. We just have to read backwards.
I agree. And along with that, religion used radically, which we also find in Ruqayyah Sakhawat Hussain. I'm not in any way being a revivalist, but one of my major revelations in the past few years is how much religion can be deployed to emancipate the self and society by studying the work of not just women writers, but also writers like Gandhi. So, yeah.
There is a raised hand, Shubhajit. There is a raised hand. Shumit wants to ask a question.
Hello, Shumit. Shumit has a question to ask. He was raising his hand. Yes.
Hi, Bonita. Thank you for this lovely talk. Very fascinating, and also the questions and the comments that came in. I'm just thinking aloud. This question is still very unformed in my mind, so as to say. Is that I was wondering, in terms of the way you spoke about utopia and the 19th century woman taking up, or the early 20th century woman taking up this particular mode of writing, and I was thinking in terms of, it's a bit long-winded, my comment and question. First of all, the 19th century was not homogeneous, so there was as Sartori talks about in Bengal in Global Concept History, and we talk about networks here, the first half of the 19th century could be taken as the liberal half and the second half as the cultural half. That is how he designs it, where the cultural half becomes more nationalist. So Ram Mohan thinking in terms of reform is different from a Bankim thinking in terms of reform. And I was wondering, there was this utopian writing in 19th century Bengal all the time done by male authors. I'm immediately reminded of, say, Akhoy Datta writing in Charupat about his utopian vision of education in India, and Bhudev writing an entire tract called Shopnolabdho Bharatir Itihas. Incidentally and interestingly, both these texts, these are the major texts on utopia that were written in the 19th century, one in the first half and one in the second half. And there is the presence of the woman is always marginal and incidental. I was wondering, in terms of, although important, by marginal I mean they spoke about how the woman needs to be emancipated without agency. I was wondering, in the writing of the women who were taking up this utopian mode, was there any attempt at a critique of this, or was there in any way, how did the male feature in these utopian forms of writing? This is what I was wondering.
So again, this is a very good question. I'm afraid I will not be able to go into Bhudev or Akhoy Datta because I have not really engaged in scholarly depth with their work. What I have done, and I started out as sort of very barmily defiant. I focused on the micro, and to that extent my work, and it keeps on being cited by fellow-minded scholars like Shandip Banerjee, Oritra Majumdar, contested also that notion of the nationalist second half of the 19th century. I have taken issue with Partha Chatterjee's work, though he has nuanced himself much since then. So my sense was, and there I certainly think that Rokeya Sakhawat Hussain is critiquing. But if you're asking me, do I know explicitly of works that she read and that she's writing back to, my answer is, I do not know. But there's a very firm critique indeed of being confined, as I said, to either only critiquing colonialism and saying, do not interfere with our private life. There's a very strong attempt to articulate that, yes, you need to be able to write stuff about women's right to divorce, about women getting divorced through letters sent by husbands, etc. And at the same time, Rokeya's critique of colonialism comes through more in these published works because as an educator, she also had to work with the government system. She was a pragmatist there. So if in Poddorag she says that the school does not take government grants, etc., in real life she has to go in the direction of trying to get government grants. And there surely there is also some sense of broadening of the base. She starts a school with slum girls, and she wants more girls to have access to this. So certainly there is a critique, but I would also, of course, just as my late mother's work also contested over reductive readings of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay. So she brought out the ideological nationalist contours of Anandamot, but she also saw other aspects in Bankim. My work, modest as it is, contests this notion that we only see the BG Tilaks in the late 19th century. And I do think that women have a particularly important role in this. So I hope that answers some of your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it does.
Do we have any more questions for Bonita?
This is not really
any question for the students? Okay, Olpita, you have a question?
This is not really a question. I was just wondering on this, Dr. Bakshi. The Victorian period, as we know, spawned a great deal of sub-genres as well. One being the science fiction. And in the science fictions, we do find the creation of dystopias and utopias. And you were talking about the social theory, which the formation of micro communities and your intervention from the perspective of seeing in them a manifestation of a certain kind of social theory, kind of faith and hope of a better future. In Victorian, utopias as well, that is that which were being written in England, we also find this particular phenomena where there is a mistrust or a dissatisfaction with the present, and the utopias are a kind of vision for a better future. And they were always male-centric, apart from perhaps Haggard's She, which is again a kind of which has its own problems. So, are there any connections between? Since you already said that you're not, what kind of literature Hussein, herself read, we're not sure about that. So, are there any? Since we're talking about resonances, yes,
there are definitely resonances. I mean, so in terms of the kind of literature, I think that's a very, very good question, and I'm absolutely sure that she's participating in the zeitgeist. She read, of course, people like Marie Corelli. That's a sign of her kind of reading niche. It's clear that she read a lot of periodical digests, popular writers. She translates the Delicia. I forget whether it's the Murder of Delicia, and into translates that, and Pradosh Bhattacharya has published on it. So that is very interesting. But absolutely, I mean, I was considering having a section on William Morris's News from Nowhere, where, of course, gender and the gender question is discussed. With all its failings, I think there is a genuine attempt to think through gender relations, and women play a very important role. So socialists in the 1890s are writing utopia that are considering gender relations, for example. In terms of, that Herland was published in 1915, 10 years after Sultana's Dream. But I mean, if I know other people will speak now, I will permit myself one side note. I didn't permit myself the indulgence of that in the lecture. For me, the Victorian period is particularly remarkable because of the very curious questioning masculinities that one notes there. I wrote my undergraduate dissertation on Robert Browning, who offers fantastic anatomies of male-female relationships and its difficulties. Arthur Hugh Clough, and Amour de Voyage, which just sort of takes apart the idea of being able to decide on love and revolution. And for me, utopia is somewhere grounded in that ability to question, as Thomas More's Utopia already grounded itself with its two books. Book 1 sets up a picture of dystopianized England. Book 2 offers very tentative answers. If we ever forget that these answers are heuristic or experimental, then we lose the power of utopia. So this is then my tribute to why I would have wanted to have Robert Browning and Arthur Hugh Clough in the talk as well, had time permitted.
Allow final intervention or one final question. Shubhajit? Shubhajit, can I speak?
Yes, please. And after that, we'll move on.
Yes, this is the last one to Bornita, unless there are some scholars who want to. And Bornita, I'm very sorry that we couldn't even offer you a cup of tea after such a long and dense talk. I mean, I'm offering you tea from here when you come.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you.
I will definitely treat you to a very nice cup. Now, the one question I'm asking, because you are your mother's daughter, and your mother was committed to a kind of classist study, is, say, someone like Paramesh Acharya, all right, a Marxist critic who would be, fairly visceral about this women's education, even though the percentage of money that was being spent in India vis-a-vis the amount of money that was being spent in England was, not only equitable, in fact, it was more over here. But because Bengali was becoming highly Sanskritized at the behest of people like Vidyasagar, Akhay Chandra, Bhudev, or Madan Mohan Tarkalankar, therefore, clearly, and as the Pathshala system or the Boshtumi system of education was being clearly replaced by a classroom kind of system with multi-disciplines. Therefore, education was becoming incredibly expensive. Not only was it taken away from the lower classes of men who, ordinary men, young men who could have some minimum education in the Pathshala, not only was that stopped, women now were even further from education, except for a very few moneyed, rich, affluent wives of zamindars, widows of zamindars. So you will see this across the line. It is only they that can afford or are the showpieces. In real life, the men's education becomes an expensive commodity, and women's utopia is shoved off even further because of A, the Sanskritization of the language, and B, the inflections of English that inform and internationalize it. Therefore, it becomes more global and less local. Bangla still remains among the Indian languages one language that has been informed by European knowledge more for it to be accessed by the common person. This is the question.
I think that stands as a comment. So I would not want to really come in on that. You know from my work that I would contest aspects of that, because part of what happens is that there is also an invisibilization of the way in which different kinds of gendered subalterns, as men and women both can be, are also trying to use this new system to draw more people in. That's the one thing that I would say, that in the work of people like Rokeya or even Faizun Nessa, and her endowing of schools, there is an attempt to cut through what you see and what Parvesh Acharya sees as the incredibly alienating nature of education, which is something that Rabindranath Tagore copes with and tries to formulate his own experiment. Gandhi tries to cope with, tries to form his own experiment. People like Dharampal have written about the beautiful tree, using Gandhi. At the same time, I would still argue, and I would refer you to Tonika Sarkar's article in the Festschrift from my mother that Shupriya Chaudhary and Sarjini Mukherjee edited, Stri Shikha. And you know that Tonika Sarkar is herself far more skeptical about middle-class women's empowerment than I am. I am soft. I do think that we need to recognize how much is being opened up as well through the work of these civil actors. But that desire, that elusive desire for women's education helps to do things to an incredibly inert educational system that we see signs of in all our great literary works, in Vibhutibhushan Bandyopadhyay, in Leela Majumdar. And again, there I would go back to my first answer. We have to recognize how much loss and damage colonialism caused, in the context of which people are trying to forge new voices. And without resources, which are also financial and committed. I mean, for that, you need the work of economists. You need the R.C. Dutt, who is showing the kind of exploitation of resources. Britain could afford to give back the money that was needed to create the kind of Forster system of education that is being created in Britain after 1870. That is colonialism, that it does not happen. That's what Gokhale wants, and he doesn't get that bill passed. So in that sense, I'm very happily schizophrenic. I think part of my job is to show these more affective voices and micro experimentations. At the same time, the tragedy of colonialism, in the context of which all this renovelization is happening, I cannot deny.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do we have any questions from the research scholars and students?
Please wrap it up. I'm sure other people would want to speak. I really don't want to take up people's time more.
So, all right. So, thank you, Dr. Bakshi, for that very enlightening keynote address, where you have spoken of Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain as a polemical and uncompromising feminist writer. The very words that you have used, showing how the fact that she was a writer gave her feminist concerns a sharpened edge and public visibility. I have quoted the words that you used in your keynote address. And also you have spoken of encounters, if I may use that word, between her and Kamala Satyanathan, and of course Mary Wollstonecraft. You've spoken of the Indian Ladies magazine, and you've spoken of micro-communities and a host of other things. So now I think it's time we moved on to our other speakers, and I would call upon my colleague in the department, Dr. Arpita Chattoraj Mukhopadhyay, to introduce Professor Danta and invite him to make his presentation. And Arpita will also later introduce Dr. Oindrila Ghosh from Diamond Harbour University, and of course we'll invite later in the day the head of our department, Professor Nandini Bhattacharya, to make what she says is not so much a presentation as a critical intervention. Over to you, Arpita.
Thank you, Shubhajit. Thank you so much. After such wonderful beginnings to the day, I have the pleasure of introducing and inviting Professor Bijoy K. Danta to our webinar today. Professor Bijoy K. Danta is the head of the Department of English, Tezpur University, Assam. His area of specialization includes American literature and critical theory. His other research interests include fiction studies, post-colonial studies, translation studies, life writing, and travel writing. Apart from a number of notable and often cited essays in international journals, he has 4 edited volumes to his credit: Poems Old and New, published from Macmillan in 2001, The Indian Mind, Progressive, Iconoclastic and Metaphysical Essays of the Inimitable Govind Tripathi, in English translation, published from Gyan Yug in 2004, Musings, an Anthology of Poems, Cambridge University Press, published in 2008, and Great European Thinkers, A Window to Continental Philosophy, published in 2010, and which was revised and published in 2015. Today, the title of his speech is Edward Carpenter's Personal Democracy, Revisiting Late Victorian Fellowship, Friendship and Affect via Dilip Kumar Burdwan. Dr. Danta, I invite you to start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpita and friends. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to begin by thanking your colleagues at Burdwan, especially Nandini and her team. And then I also see a slight interesting means shape. We have a new HOD at Burdwan. So thank you, everybody, actually, for giving me this opportunity. I would actually like to think that this is more a homage to Professor Dilip Burdwan and than a talk on Victorian literature. I'm actually not really even a specialist reader of Victorian studies, but I think my interest in Victorian studies has always been restricted to the classic texts, the great novels, and of course, the canonical quote-unquote texts that we do in the universities, Indian universities, and some of that, I believe, is courtesy Professor Dilip Burdwan. And I think I'm primarily a student of literature as it is read in the classroom, and if that in a way excludes me from very interesting discussion and debates on the nature of literature and the role of literature, that also enables me to see how literature shapes our consciousness, and sometimes in a very enabling way, and sometimes, of course, in very divisive ways. I was never taught by Professor Dilip Burdwan because I studied mostly in Orissa. I started my life as a teacher in Dibrugarh University in 1987. I think I need these 3 minutes actually to connect. And Professor Dilip Burdwan started the Department of English at Dibrugarh, and by the time I joined Dibrugarh in 1987, he had been away from Dibrugarh for more than 10 years. He left in 1977. I joined Dibrugarh in 1987, and everything that we did at Dibrugarh when I joined always referred back to Professor Burdwan. The department journal, which I think has now reached about 27, 28 years, rather 27, 28 volumes, was started by him. It was called Gleanings when he started it, but then the second issue onwards, it was called the Dibrugarh University Journal of English Studies, which is, I'm very happy to say now, is one of the very few university journals under the care, recognition or umbrella. And he started in Dibrugarh the practice of inviting a professor from outside, and that was the annual lecture. It has actually had it has had fits and starts kind of a life, but then it is still on. He began what was the a kind of annual academic workshop where he trained teachers in colleges and universities to do different things, including ELT, by the way. He was a Victorian studies student, but then he also was interested in ELT, and he translated from Assamese to English, English to Assamese, and Bangla to Assamese, Assamese to Bangla, and wrote in Assamese, wrote poetry, wrote a bit of what you could call life writing, autobiographical poetry, autobiographical essays. And what I'm also trying to kind of say here is this, that he was a great enabler. He studied in Cotton College, and at that point of time you had opportunities to do an MA in Cotton College if you wished, but then you went to BHU Banaras, and then for a second MA he went to Leeds, and from Leeds he went to Sheffield. And while at Sheffield, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is that all right? I think.
Yes, Professor Danta. We can hear you.
And then, he did a wonderful PhD. In fact, the first PhD on Edward Carpenter in 1966. I'll talk about that. And that was actually Dr. Bakti also said an early remarkable PhD on Edward Carpenter, and to be followed soon by Terry Eagleton, 1968. I'll also talk briefly about Terry Eagleton's PhD thesis on Edward Carpenter. And when he came back from Leeds, joined Dibrugarh finally, he started, interestingly enough, sending his colleagues to different universities in England. This is something that I would want to mention here, because I have seen academics going to, of course, through their own work, merit, going to, good universities in the West. And when they go there, when they study, when they get degrees, when they get success, they forget their departments. Professor Dilip Burdwan sent 4 of his younger colleagues to different other universities of England. And so there was a joke in the when I was there, people used to joke about Professor Dilip Burdwan and his work at the Dibrugarh University Library. They said, if a colleague worked very hard, he sent them to the University of Leeds. And if somebody did not work very hard, he sent them to the University Library. And so that was something that we always actually kind of enjoyed, this little joke, but then we also looked beyond what looked like a joke then, but then I think it is not a joke. He was an enabler, and which is where I think I would like to pay my homage to him as an enabler, and not just to people who worked in Dibrugarh, worked around his department, colleges which he visited, but then also that would be true of Burdwan. The second important thing that I would like to say about him also relates to Dr. Barnita Bagchi. I've never met her, never met you, Barnita, but you see, it goes back to the 1980s, late 1980s, when I was a student at Berhampur University for a brief period. I was doing my MPhil when she had visited Berhampur, and 6 of us students had come to the railway station at Berhampur to send her back. And see, teachers called her Yasodhara Di, and my teachers, my friends called her Yasodhara Di, and then we were having I don't remember whether it was some soft drink or tea, and then I kind of jokingly asked her, everybody calls you Yasodhara Di, but then can I call you Yasodhara Masi? Because she kind of had a hearty laugh, and then everybody surprised, and then said, in that case I'll have to call you Tu, not see, students are to me, actually, you that way. And then we had a laugh. We put her in the train, we requested the TTE, we requested the attendant, we requested fellow passengers to take care of her till she reached Kolkata. And she wrote a wonderful card to me after reaching, and then I think I treasured that card for a very, very long time. And then after I joined Dibrugarh, we actually missed each other once or twice. But then I could not meet her. But then but then she was, for us, she was actually one person we related to from a distance. You see, Yasodhara D to the rest of the world. Then I always actually wrote back saying, so okay, that's it. Actually, we settled, you are Yasodhara Masi for me. So that was Yasodhara Mausi, and you are her daughter. So and so anyway, my sister. But see, the point is that we are looking at relationships, we are looking at memories, and these are interconnected memories. And it was not just Professor Dilip Kumar Barua. They also had another wonderful friend who was my supervisor, Professor Biyatkesh Tripathi, and Yasodhara Masi's great friend. And so it's a relationship that we are celebrating. It's a relationship that I would like to celebrate by paying homage to my teachers and all the teachers who brought us here. The credit is theirs. If there is any discredit, it's ours. So see, I would like to begin by referring to a very short note from Gandhi. It's a 1909 letter that Gandhi wrote to Pollock. Said 1909 letter, I quote, "I was reading last night a very illuminating work by Edward Carpenter, Civilization, its cause and cure. I finished the first part, and whilst I was reading it, I thought that I would issue warning, which I have done. His analysis of civilization, as we know it, is very good. Its condemnation, though very severe, is, in my opinion, entirely deserving. The cure suggested by him is good, but I note that he is afraid of his own logic. Naturally, because he is not certain of his ground. If you have not read the book, and if it is not on your shelf, you will find it at Phoenix, that's the farm." Few days later, of course, this is uncalled. Few days later, Gandhi again wrote to Pollock, expressing his views on Carpenter, his views on modern civilization, which we often actually kind of quote via Ashish Nandi. It's a good idea, he said, and it was later on explained in Hind Swaraj. I'm not suggesting that Edward Carpenter was the only influence of Gandhi, but then he was a major influence. At least he created some of the confusions for which Gandhi is known, and some of the creative confusions which helped Gandhi create, or which helped Gandhi lead an extraordinary movement that had its moments of contradiction, moments which nearly collapsed, but then moments which also ensured that Gandhi succeeded to a large measure in creating a utopia, because that's the word. And Edward Carpenter is one of those writers who I'm sure we will all agree, elude all attempts at neat classification. He was a social reformer. He was also a socialist. He was a poet. He was a mystic. He was an ascetic. He was a prophet. He was a utopian sexual reformer. He was a kind of interlocutor for Whitman. And he was also a, as people like later interlocutors of Carpenter's thought say, he was also a gay activist. All these labels, of course, have in a way, been applied to him, and that also in a way has created, disabled certain ways of, certain other ways of thinking about Carpenter. And I would like to talk about some of that, but then first let's have a look at Carpenter himself and Carpenter through Dilip Burdwan. Now, okay. In 1929, that was the year of Carpenter's death. That was also the year we had, England had its first Labour government. Though earlier they had a, Labour Party, and this is Fenner Brockway, British anti-war campaigner and socialist politician. In 1929, he said, I quote, "One admired and loved him at once." And then goes on to say, it is very difficult to love and admire the same person. Because when you love someone, you lose sense of difference. And you admire someone, you always see that there is a difference, there's a huge gap between what you do and what that other person does. He says it's a huge, compliment, you could say, to Edward Carpenter, that most of his contemporaries loved and admired him, but then even if they did not, they were not indifferent to him. So this is Carpenter. In less than 20 years, that is actually when we look at 1929, by the time the Second World War ends, England would have, would not have too many reasons to remember Carpenter. I would actually like to look at that a little more, because as they were obsessed in the 1880s with things that would make them look at Carpenter on an everyday basis, they were obsessed with things in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s that would fade. In English mind, Carpenter would fade a little. One of them, of course, was the loss of India. The second one, the Second World War, and then the period after the Second War, the 60s. And why did Dilip Burdwan do that PhD in Sheffield in 1966? That is a question that one would want to ask, because that is one way of relating to the legacy of Carpenter. 1960s, look at actually to see the anti-establishment 60s, the rocking 60s, not the anti-establishment, anti-administration, pro-revolution, anti-war 60s. And it is natural that one would be looking at a philosopher or a thinker who may have given some kind of energy to the political life of England and the world in the 1960s. And there is a little personal note actually why Professor Burdwan would be thinking about a PhD in Sheffield. He was, throughout his life, whether he played later or not, I'm not sure, people in Burdwan would know. When he was in Dibrugarh, when he was in Jorhat, when he was in Cotton, he was an avid athlete. And he was also a very, very, kind of avid follower of football. That in a way explains why he wanted to go to Sheffield. The Sheffield Football Club was very, very dear to him. This was not an academic kind of obsession, but then it was a personal kind of obsession. So Sheffield, and once you are in Sheffield, once you are in the English department, once you meet, Armitage, once you see Empson, who was then the, also associated with, the English department Sheffield, some of that looks clearer. I had been trying to, find an answer to why he chose Carpenter and why he chose Sheffield. And in one of his later, kind of notes that he prepared as my research legacy, he has tried to show this. He does not talk about football, but then I thought actually, because I know one or two things about his personal life that others may not, I shared this. So, football in a way takes him to Sheffield, and Sheffield gives him carpenter. What I'm trying to suggest is, by the 1960s, carpenter had been virtually archived along with the socialist ideas. Sexual openness, intellectual radicalism, what have you. Only the most obdurate and bookish, it would appear, went looking for carpenter, and this is where his supervisor, Professor Armitage, played a role. People, of course, interested in Whitman. There was a great deal of interest, resurgence of interest in the 1960s in the work of Whitman, went to Carpenter because they wanted to look at Whitman's relationship to Carpenter, and then wanted to maybe in a way deepen their understanding of Whitman by visiting Carpenter, but then not Carpenter per se. It was Carpenter through Whitman. It is perhaps ironical that the way the year of Carpenter's death marked the first Labour government come to power. The English left. I'm talking about 1929. The English left in the meantime rose steadily. The academic left, I mean, that also had activism behind it, with Eric Hobsbawm, Raymond Williams rising in Trinity. Trinity, of course, is the place where Edward Carpenter studied. We'll come back to that. And Williams and Hobsbawm were put in charge of the Communist Party of Great Britain in the 1930s. And by 1958, you had Raymond Williams's classic work, Culture and Society, 61, The Long Revolution. You had, of course, numerous magisterial historical works by Hobsbawm, including the work on French Revolution. So, in a way, the legacy that was created by Edward Carpenter, a socialist legacy, was kind of tamed, quote unquote tamed. I'm not saying that what Williams did, what Hobsbawm did was less radical, but then in a way you find that the work had been tamed academically by the time Williams and Hobsbawm created a very solid academic left. This is, of course, huge. People may not like this idea. People may not like this kind of thesis, but then, I can vouch for it. I'm willing to stand by what I said. And somebody had to historicize and contextualize English utopianism. And in English criticism, we are trained to trace the trajectories of such contextualization to major figures in the British left under the tutelage of Raymond Williams. And this is where I would first talk about the work that was done by Terry Eagleton in 1968. In 1968, the British critic Terry Eagleton, then he was called Terence F. Eagleton, wrote his Cambridge University PhD dissertation. It was titled Nature and Spirit, a study of Edward Carpenter in his intellectual context. His supervisor, as I said, was the iconic Raymond Williams. This thesis in many ways defines and initiates Eagleton's many quarrels with what we can now call the English establishment and the English left establishment. And perhaps it's the reason why Eagleton never really published this as a book. He kind of left it there. He borrows occasionally from his Cambridge PhD thesis, but then this is not available as a book. Everything else, including occasional lectures, have been printed. On closer analysis, however, this establishment was not exactly any one thing that one could point out. Eagleton, in his part, was trying to identify the shibboleths of the Victorian period that he could then demolish, his style. Edward Carpenter provided him the right subject-object. Carpenter was both deified and derided after his socialist ideas and, of course, his open defense of homosexuality. Those of you who know a little bit about Carpenter's life would know that he was educated at Trinity Hall, Cambridge University, where he was elected a fellow and ordained in 1869. And the fellowship, by the way, was vacated by Leslie Stephen, Reginald's father. And Leslie Stephen vacated this because he thought that after he got married, he should vacate this fellowship, and then that's another story. But then this was vacated by Leslie Stephen, and he was a man in his early 20s when he became a fellow at Cambridge, and then became a fellow associated with theology and religion. And of course, he was ordained. In the 1860s, he was made curate to, the great theologian Frederick Dennis Morris. And by 1874, Carpenter was openly, refusing to comply with, among other things, expected theological positions on marriage and sexuality that should have ideally gone with his job, because he was attached to curate. Carpenter left Cambridge in 1874, lecturing in the countryside as part of university extension movement. This was a Cambridge-Oxford creation when people could not speak in the college, or could not join the college because of monetary and other difficulties, could be given the opportunity, or were given the opportunity of listening to still teachers from Oxford and Cambridge under this extension scheme, and was created very thoughtfully by some of Carpenter's mentors. And if you look at the political history of the extension lectures, you'd see that the extension lectures would finally create the first open university in Britain, where you would also associate people like Arnold Kettle. And initially he lectured in industrial townships in and around Manchester, on subjects that interestingly include astronomy and music and sexual lives of Greek women. And he was hoping to draw the interest of industrial laborers. However, during his lectures, he found that there were more of middle-class men and women who were not interested in his radical ideas. They just wanted to be part of the lecture. And he visited during this period Whitman. He would become an interlocutor for Whitman later on in 1877. And by this time, Whitman's Leaves of Grass seems to have changed the way Carpenter mapped democracy and sexuality between 1881 and 1883. I think he settled down in Sheffield, and then I'll come back to this a little later. In Sheffield, he set up a farm with a working class couple, and this farm had, among others, advisors like Ruskin. Ruskin not only provided them with expert opinion, but then also provided them with a small grant. And Ruskin also provided them with a manager, and then they would quarrel and fall out later on. But then please remember, Ruskin's link to Gandhi and Ruskin's link to the kind of small utopian societies that he thought would bring in change to the world. So there was the Sheffield Social Democratic Federation, Sheffield Socialist Society, and then these are already radical outfits that believed in making small communities, creating small communities with people from I say quote unquote in the marginal lower classes, lower sectors with very little actual access to economy. And these are actually fairly well documented. In 1884, he saw Whitman again. And this time, both openly acknowledged their liaison, sexual liaison. And you see, there is one would find a vast legion of admirers and friends, and that would include in Sheffield, in Leeds, in other parts of England, and later on, of course, in India, makeshift artisans, farm laborers, artists, writers, politicians, university professors, and British administrators who had turned shoemakers in India. Carpenter was to Sheffield in many ways, what Wilde would be to Oxford, but then, unlike Wilde, he did not have those uncomfortable confrontations with the police. And his work changed the way the English defended throughout the 1890s and the early part of the 20th century, socialism, guilds, sexuality, anti-conscription campaigns, and of course, finally, the English left. Where does Eagleton come in here? Eagleton tried to suggest in his thesis that Carpenter found a way to neutralize the forces of religion and the forces of nature. This is actually against the thesis that one would easily form while looking at Carpenter's work. In nature, he found something that was non-combative, but then that kept on moving and giving power to animals, humans, and all kinds of, he calls them, natural neighbors. And in religion, he also found a power that can be traced back to early Christianity, where the difference that is created now between God and the devotees did not exist so much. So that is why he could talk about, you see, Edward Carpenter's capacity to build a bridge between nature and religion by essentially reducing them. Okay, not kind of as one would have thought, radically kind of changing them and making them forces that would destroy everything, by making them forces that take care of life, but then with a simplicity that he would see in Romanticism, that he would see in early pastoral England. And then so this is Eagleton trying to form a thesis. And then Eagleton in one short note mentions Dr. Burdwan's work and then says nothing about what happens in the work itself, which is why I want to talk about Dr. Burdwan's work a little. Dr. Burdwan wrote his thesis, as I said, under, we worked with Armitage and Empson, and the thesis is titled The Life and Work of Edward Carpenter. It's a very long title, but then it has some meaning why actually this is so. The Life and Work of Edward Carpenter in the light of intellectual, religious, political, and literary movements of the later half of the 19th century. This work needs a little attention. Why? One, because it does not have a grand thesis. Eagleton has a grand thesis. That, you see, in his work we find that there's a force that moves, but then this force is not a radical force. A force that moves nature and religion, but then this is a force that is a kind of equalizing force. But then Dr. Burdwan does not have a grand thesis. What does he have? He rather, kind of digs into the archives in Sheffield, in other parts of England, and tries to show how Carpenter's thought evolved and how Carpenter dealt with many contradictions in his lifetime. And these contradictions come from and relate to some of his friends, some of his affiliates, and some of what I call effect later on. He lists 4 regions, and that may have led to the loss of interest in Carpenter's work, and then also the misleading kind of interest that Carpenter's work may have created, and these he attributes to his interlocutors. First, his spiritual messages, he says, were disseminated without the necessary historical or philosophical moorings that one would require, giving the impression that Carpenter was, quote, more of an inspired thinker than a social reformer, unquote. This resulted in the socialists distancing themselves from his work gradually, of course. Second, the socialists who read his work were, quote, embarrassed by his mysticism and the explicit sexual subjects, unquote. Again, a misleading kind of statement or approach to his work, seen in totality. Third, the large group of humanists and spiritualists saw him as a kind of Eastern spiritualist and mystic without looking at the social content and radical democratic ideals that he dealt with, because they would like to look at Edward Carpenter as a political philosopher, as a political prophet, and then would not like to look at the mystic side, the mystical side, the spiritual side, the use of religion in his work. And then whenever they found a little bit of, rather those explicit references to sexuality, they were very embarrassed. They wanted to ignore it. Interestingly, that led to a fourth misunderstanding among his followers, such as Robert Graves, Bertrand Russell, and Siegfried Sassoon, who cared only for his bold sexual topics, excluding everything else. A related misunderstanding, if you could call it a misunderstanding, a fifth kind of misunderstanding that arose out of the reading of his works, by writers like Foster, who suggested that in Carpenter's work, the primary thrust is the defense of personal relationships, sexual or otherwise. Interestingly, each misunderstanding outlined above is the result of an apologist or a group of apologists trying to use Carpenter for legitimation or acceptance. However, let me also suggest that each of these positions, which Professor Burdwan in the 1960s considered as a kind of as a route for the creation of misunderstanding in Carpenter's work, also has now become a very fertile area of research in Carpenter studies. And then each of these so-called misconceptions regarding Carpenter is now the subject of either a major book or a series of major books on Carpenter, and then they make Carpenter more relevant rather than less relevant. The argument that Carpenter is a mistake has persuaded his Western critics to look back at the Christian mystic tradition of the self-surrender to God for a kind of spiritual finitude. This is where I think, we have to bring in Gandhi and his relationship to Carpenter. Gandhi, as I said, wrote about Carpenter several times. I'm not sure if Gandhi ever read with great interest Carpenter's travel writing. See, he had a book on his visit to India, but then Gandhi did talk about that book, and the book is called, interestingly enough, From Adam's Peak to Elephanta, Sketches in Ceylon and India. This was actually the English edition. And a visit to Gyani, From Adam's Peak to Elephanta, a non-English edition, which was later on circulated in the US. And Professor Burdwan in his work actually writes about the difficulty scholars have in accessing this work. And this is where I would like to also refer to something very interesting that happened when he was doing his work. He wrote letters and received letters from very interesting people, including Russell's son, who says, I do not remember Carpenter much, but then I remember that Carpenter and Henry Salt, and at that stage his great vegetarian group of friends came and stayed with us. And I remember that during the time that Carpenter and Henry, the president of the group were supposed to go and speak in the meeting, they had been quarreling so much that the meeting was about to be abandoned. Due to my father's intervention, the meeting took place. That was very interesting. This lady was Mrs. Fawcett. This lady was a great friend of Henry Salt. And then, the movement of, the defense of vegetarianism, anti-meat eating. I'll come back to that a little later. So, see, during that stage, he wrote to people who directly knew Carpenter. He wrote to people who also had this wonderful network of, colonial administrators, university professors, workmen, and more interestingly, people who could directly manufacture goods, not necessarily in, industrial, not in the industrial stations, not in industries, but then outside these industrial towns like Leeds. I'll come back to that a little later. So this is, one. Why Dilip Burwa's research at Sheffield is important is, as I said, it does not have a grand thesis, but then it has, the depth, and then you could say actually the perseverance that one associates with work that is semi-biographical in nature, but then work that does not want to reduce Carpenter to one thing. He wrote a letter to somebody who knew Foster directly, and this was the provost of King's College. 1864. This was Dr. N.E. Anand, and he wanted to interview Foster. Foster was, at that stage not physically very well, but then he met people who wrote about other Indians, wrote about Foster's many friends in India. He gave interviews, but then Professor Burdwan, when he wrote to Dr. Anand, says, thank you for your, I'm quoting from the letter, thank you for your letter of the 20th of November. I'm afraid that I cannot help you at all. I've never come across any passage to suggest that Kipling had read Carpenter, and nor that E.M. Foster, whom I consulted this morning, nor has E.M. Foster, who has consulted. This is a very interesting kind of revelation, because this is not true. Later scholars, of course, have found out that Carpenter, Foster, Kipling, they had their own differences. They had their own, Foster, of course, knew people who knew Carpenter. I'll talk about that. And Kipling was very, very hostile to Carpenter and Carpenter Society. So there is absolutely no reason to believe that Foster would say that such a thing had happened. But then, if you want to say this, Professor Burdwan at that stage did not have access to work or letters or some statements from some people that would have helped him complete a thesis that he was trying to build on what Carpenter meant to, the people like Kipling, but then that was not completed because people did not open up. So he knew a whole lot of people and wrote, I think, close to 600 letters to different persons who knew Carpenter or people who knew Carpenter. And most of his letters and answers, I think, he also left at Sheffield University. I find it very surprising. I'm not trying to say anything, suggest anything, that Eagleton, and until the 2010s, not many people ever really cared to document the work that Professor Burdwan had done in his Sheffield University thesis. Now, this is not my idea to say that they were trying to stop him from doing it, but then his work, in a way, tried to operate at several levels. One level, the level of the archivist. Second level, the level of an intellectual historian who looks at Carpenter's work in terms of 7 different strands. 7 different strands, and the strands are like this. One, you see, the labor movement, the socialist movement in England, and how it was, in a way, directly or indirectly, chartered by people like Edward Carpenter and his friends. So, from Brighton to Cambridge, childhood and education, this is where he talks about his numerous contradictory friendships, actually friendships which were never really straightforward. And one of those friendships was with a man who traveled with him to India and who would fall out with him, and then who would, of course, later on, write to compensate for this loss of friendship. And this was Theodore Beck. Those who study the history of English in India, those who study the history of the Aligarh Muslim University, and those who look at, you see, the network of Indian intellectuals and Victorian intellectuals at that particular stage, would also be aware of the work of Theodore Beck. And then Theodore Beck was one of the early, you'd say, admirers of, let's say, so both of them were in a relationship. But then when the relationship collapsed, they kind of also parted politically. But then, so what I'm trying to suggest is that there were affiliations, there were friendships, there were relationships that were never straightforward. Why should it be? Why should they be? But then each of these persons contributed in a way to Carpenter's thinking about relationships, about sexuality, about religion, about politics, and about colonialism. And his own brother, Charles Carpenter, joined the Bengal Civil Service in 1857. That was the year of, what we call the Sepoy Mutiny, the first Indian fight for independence. He would die in India. He would, due to, maybe he fell from his horse near what is called Bundelkhand now, and he was, you see, colonial officer who knew what it took to rise in the colony. He wanted to be very close to the Bengal governor at that point of time. And then these are recorded, documented. And then he also took 30 different kinds of souvenirs from, the battle scene in Lucknow and Awadh. And then they are in their Brighton house. And the family, the first recorded association of the Carpenter family with the English monarchy goes back to 1284. 1284. The time of Edward I and Edward II. One of his great ancestors was actually a kind of, fighter for the monarchy. And then this continued. He had maternal side grandparents, paternal side grandparents, brothers, cousins, uncles, and then great uncles, great grandparents who were rather male members of the family who were associated either with the English army or later with the navy. And one of them was, of course, a companion of known to Jane Austen's brother, by the way. So, and then what I'm trying to suggest is, on the one hand, there is this very interesting religious and military relationship that the family had with the establishment, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, you have Edward Carpenter, whose brother Charles, the civil servant, called him the intellectual type, and then called him the intellectual type, and then when he was elected to the fellowship in Cambridge, he said, "I wish I could meet you here so that I could smash your head," jokingly, of course. But then the two brothers, not only in their personal remarks and correspondence, disagreed about the future of the empire, but then also in their public talks, also in their public, attitude to the empire, differed very widely. But the relationship, the personal relationship, always survived. What I'm trying to suggest is that when we talk about relationships, when we, as historians of literature, as historians of ideas, we sometimes look for consistent and trouble-free relationships, and then we sometimes are over-eager to kind of, ignore differences that they are when they do not meet a thesis that we have. In Carpenter's case, he had relationships that did not always end in resolutions of conflicts, but then sometimes they created conflicts, and these conflicts sometimes gave rise to some of these fascinating ideas. One of them, which is discussed at length by Leela Gandhi, is meat eating, and his relationship with the Vegetarian Society of England, where Henry Salt was a member, where Mrs. Fawcett was a member, where Gandhi was encouraged to join during his second year, in his second year of his visit to England, had many interesting links with India. And then at that point of time, the Theosophical Society of India, the early rise of the Indian Congress, Indian National Congress, and then all those members that they can think of in different capacities, in different places, this is again documented, talk about the need for, linking vegetarianism to the different groups of utopian movements. So on the one hand, you had the grandstanding meat eaters and hunters, and those who do the imperialists of England, grandstanding. They thought it was necessary for them to hunt, kill, and eat animals. On the other hand, you had people who said that animals must be respected for what they are, and then definitely animals are not meat. I do not want to go into the history of meat eating either in England or in India, but then there is a very fascinating area of inquiry when you look at Carpenter's association with people who either said one should not eat meat, and then there are also very interesting correspondences, interesting letters, notes, side stories about how vegetarian communities of India that never had tasted meat because of the association of heroism, colonial power, possibility of access to colonial courts, also started eating meat. And on the other hand, you also had families, communities that had very long history of meat eating, abandoned eating meat because of their association with Gandhi, and then because of their association with people who kind of suggested that eating meat and colonialism were of the same side. So what I'm trying to suggest is that the relationship was complex, that the affiliations were complex, the ideas are never straightforward, but then Gandhi's association, or rather Edward Carpenter's association with people like Salt, people like Gandhi, people like Tagore, he wrote to Tagore, and then there were also very interesting conversations between, you see, the Brahmo Samaj, the early Brahmo Samaj people, and or rather actually the pre-Brahmo Samaj people and Edward Carpenter. I would come back to a small portion, a small portion from his visit to India and Sri Lanka and India rather. As he reached the eastern coast, he found a fishing village, and he stood near a fishing village. He was watching the sunset along with a friend, which is where he says something very interesting. He says that when you look at a pond, when you look at birds that come to look for fish in the pond, you find crows, you find small birds, and you find birds that would be laboring the entire day in mud to catch a very small fish. But then you also found the kingfisher and the larger predators which came swooping down and then managed to get the largest fish in the pond. See, this is in a very inconsequential kind of passage in his book on India, or rather the Adam's Cave to Elephant, the travel book. Interestingly enough, in Odisha's most celebrated novel, Chhamana Athagunta, 6 Acres in the Third, there is a chapter called Asura Dighi. Asura means monster, Dighi means pond, a huge pond where Fakir Mohan, you see, while talking about colonial rule and the exploitation that the colonial subjects face, uses an imagery which is very close to the imagery that you see in Carpenter. Fakir Mohan talks about fish that live in the swamp itself, that struggle all through the day to catch a very small fish. He gives the name of the local fish, and then he also talks about the kingfisher that comes down and then catches the biggest fish and flies off. And he says the British in India are like the kingfishers. I do not know if Fakir Mohan read Edward Carpenter. I do not know. I have not been able to find out any convincing connection between people who may have read Carpenter and people who may have created this image. What I'm trying to suggest is that there are possibly people like Carpenter in India, people who are related to Carpenter in India, who read Carpenter, and then the images circulated, the ideas circulated, and that's what I'm talking about, a network of relationships, affiliations, relationships, and so that takes me to an argument that I want to make. And this argument relates to democracy, personal democracy. The idea of personal democracy, of course, comes from Whitman. You remember the Democratic Vistas of 1888. You remember how Leaves of Grass repeatedly revised the idea of democracy, political, sexual, personal democracy. And then each time Whitman rewrote Leaves of Grass, which he did as long as he lived, he produced a deathbed edition, but then he was not happy with that. He revised that deathbed edition once again. So, and then each time he did that, he would also write something about, the nature of relationships, the way people related to one another. And then he suggested that one of the things that divides people is the idea of power. The idea of power, the power that love gives, the power that relationships give, the power that bodies give, the power that the climate gives, the power. He says that anything that we see, if we see it wrong, becomes a manifestation of power. If we can ignore that power and start a relationship, democracy begins. I'm kind of simplifying, a whole lot of contradictions and then, contestations that you see in Whitman's thought over 15 years period. But then the key word was power, force. So there is one force that can make us talk. There is another force that will make us fight. And then, so if there is any possibility of social agreeableness, physical agreeableness, political agreeableness, sexual agreeableness, then we sit without talking, but then there is a kind of relationship that evolves. And then you find in, Song of Myself, section 10, you find in, his celebrated poem on Lincoln, you find this happening. There is a kind of, agreeable, social agreeableness. And this social agreeableness is, contemporary critics actually are, talk about an idea of politeness. You have people like Lawrence Klein who have written extensively on the idea of politeness in 18th century England. And while doing this, the thinking about this lecture on Professor Burdwan's work, Carpenter's work on political, on personal democracy, I was also reminded of the extensive work that English scholars have done on politeness. Politeness, they say, is a social apparatus. Again, I'm paraphrasing, they call it a technique, which makes people talk. Okay, talk without fighting, talk without necessarily debating. Talk while accepting that the other person's ideas are different, but then talk which accepts the other person's ideas in a democratic space. Now, what they call politeness in this kind of scholarship, I find traces of that in Edward Carpenter's thinking, that he said repeatedly that, before you fight, you must talk. This is actually, in a famous lecture in 1890 in Leeds, he says, we are here to fight, but before we fight, we must talk. And when we talk, we must talk as equals. And then who were there? Laborers without any access to any money, and people who had a lot of access to money in England, money and investments in colonial, India as well. So you find that in his personal space, Carpenter talking about not dissolving differences, but recognizing differences and then working on them. This is what I mean by personal democracy. And then he says the best place where personal democracy starts are not outside in the political sphere. They can start when you have a cup of tea with a person from another community. And this is where he talks again, actually, during his India visit, said he, sits on the deck of a sea, sits on the deck of a ship, and then he sips tea, and he looks at the sea. And an unknown man, he had never met that person again earlier, he also sips tea and looks at the sea. And then this looking at the sea, sipping tea and looking at the sea, he says there is a kind of call, a call that unites us, but this unity is neither visible nor invisible. This unity is neither audible nor inaudible, but this is a unity that makes us see each other as different and makes us see each other as connected. So what I mean by personal democracy is the possibility of creating such spaces in politics, in the university, in that extension lectures that he organized, and the little social utopias where he often failed, but then succeeded once or twice. In one case, he knew a person whose name is not given, but then his name is Dr. F. This Dr. F, we don't know who he is. Dr. F was a teacher, was an administrator, and then finally he resigned, but then stayed on in England. On in India, and then Carpenter knew from his brother that the Kashmiris made a very special kind of sandal shoe. Very special kind of sandal shoe, very soft, very sturdy. And then he got from him, models. He made sketches for, his own friends from that model. And then he got made in his workshop in Sheffield. Shoes like that. And then he also trained a lot of people who not only made shoes like that in England, and then sent them to India to be worn by colonial officers, professors, college teachers, and then whoever wished, but then also his friends in England. So that is why I said he was also a shoemaker. And this is where I think, we see one more aspect of what, these scholars call politeness. There is an essay by, Lawrence Klein. Actually, this is also interesting because in one of his notes, Professor Burdwan writes about one of these figures. This person is called Thomas Parsons, an artisan, and he lived between 1744 and 1813. That was before Carpenter. But then those of us who wonder how Carpenter, got this idea of working with people who knew, the rough work of stones, the rough work of steel, the rough work of coal, the rough work of wood, and then how did he get to know about these? See, if you look at these are not very well documented, but then this is available now. You find that both Brighton and Sheffield had a very long, history of small workshops where people produced, goods which are not available in the, industrial sector. Woodwork, ironwork, cast iron work actually, woodwork, ironwork, leatherwork, and then the Sheffield Socialist Guild encouraged people like these to start not farms, to start small cooperative units where these shoes or metalworks could be produced. Carvers, Thomas Parsons was a stone carver. People who worked with rough stones, created. And then Thomas Carver, this Thomas Parsons is a very interesting figure. And I have not been able to find, links with Thomas Parsons and Carpenter, but then I have been able to find, I have found links to people who are linked to Thomas Parsons and Carpenter. And these people had, either a lot of land, in Northern England, or had invested in the East India Company. So what I'm trying to suggest is that, you see, the decision of Carpenter to come and live in the outskirts of, first Leeds, then Sheffield, and then start his little farm, and then work with stone and leather and make things like, those Kashmiri sandal shoes available to Aligarh University professors and to British colonial officers, has a link to people like Thomas Parsons in early 18th century England or mid 18th century England. And I also find, though I have not been able to find the link, Gandhi's fascination with sandal shoes, roughly made sandal shoes. I have not been able to, do a chronology. I have not done the research because I'm not, somebody who has done a lot of work on this. This has come out of my interest in Professor Burdwan's work, and then through him, Carpenter's work. But then I would like to check, and those who know, actually, I would like them to check if Gandhi's fascination with those rough sandal shoes that he had, chappals, had anything to do with Carpenter's work and Carpenter's, much documented leather work in India. Now, having come to this, I think I'll just take about 5 minutes to finish my talk. We have Whitman, we have Gandhi, we have Beck, we have Salt, we have Tagore, we have Nehru, we have Gandhi, and a little more on Gandhi would be necessary here. Gandhi's radical ideas, people have always asked questions on where and how Gandhi got his radical ideas. One cannot say he got it from Carpenter, But then the disturbing thoughts that we find in Gandhi, the contradictory thoughts that we find in Gandhi. Gandhi wanted to be, on the one hand, a man who did not want to give, any privilege to any great religion, any religion, while, he was in the social political field. But then Gandhi also wanted to use religion with a varying degree of success in the public and political field. And then much of the confusion that I think Gandhi created, and Gandhi also, creatively used when it comes to the use of religion in the public sphere, I suspect, I think, this is something that is clearly seen in Professor Burdwan's work, though he does not talk about Gandhi's, work and Gandhi and Carpenter relationship. I think it is clear. It is clear that both of them thought in a similar vein when it came to the use of religion in the public space. You remember that Carpenter left Cambridge, his fellowship, because he went to the countryside, because he did not agree with how the Cambridge theologians were trying to push a certain aspect of religion into society. But then he never really wanted to give up those, the relationships, the sparks that, a certain kind of spiritual thinking created. And where does that spark lead us? This is my last point. The spark leads us to a kind of simple arithmetic. Simple arithmetic. And what is that arithmetic? The arithmetic that begins when we breathe. Okay, one we take in, one we take out. So this is the arithmetic of life, breathing. And the arithmetic of life is guaranteed. He does not use, he doesn't have anything against God. The arithmetic of life is guaranteed by nature and guaranteed by spirit. But then by insisting on more, by increasing the range of this arithmetic, we acquire wealth, we acquire buildings, we acquire more than we need, and then in the process, we start violating this arithmetic. And in Carpenter's work, inhaling, exhaling, this arithmetic has something spiritual about it. And then that is why when he talks about the human body, he talks about natural cures. Natural cures. Simplify, says the English are sick. Victorians actually, you also have a lot of work on sickness during the Victorian period. The English are sick because they have, let go of this simple arithmetic. And what is the simple arithmetic? Minimize your needs, lead a simple utopian, actually, you might say, in a sometimes also in a critical way, but then it also leads you to relationships that we had not explored so far. So simplicity. And in Hind Swaraj, Gandhi theorizes the simplicity in terms that are contestatory, in terms that are perhaps actually also in a way explanatory. Okay. See, in civilization, it's causes and cure. Carpenter seems to say that industrialization, quest for wealth, colonialism, and military power, all these taken together, have robbed human communities of the possibility of gaining from what he calls association on the one hand and loneliness on the other. On the one hand, he decries, in fact, excoriates the loneliness that is created by industrial and colonial cultures. On the other hand, he also thinks it is necessary for human beings to be lonely, to be alone by the side of nature, by the side of trees, by the side of animals, by the side of water, and then he gives a catalog where the mind has the possibility of returning to the sources that it had forgotten. So to that extent, he says that it is necessary for human beings to abandon, the crowded industrial colonial communities, but then it is necessary for human beings to create smaller, friendly, organic units where the arithmetic of breathing is never really abandoned. And this arithmetic of breathing allows us to forge relationships which are not guaranteed by class, which are not guaranteed by station, which are not guaranteed by the kind of arbitrary division of sexes in terms of social units. The final point, Dilip Burdwan, in his own life, worked on Victorian writing, a Victorian, social thinker, prophet. Called his book, The Apostle of Freedom. And those of you who have seen Dilip Burdwan would have also seen something very interesting about him. He was not a card holder of any political party, but then he was a very keen observer of politics. Dilip Burdwan also believed that English departments all over the country, this is something that I think, that we would have maybe some other day, or it said that the English departments had a role in the country. And this is where I believe, the fellowship with Jasodhara Mashi actually comes naturally, and Professor Biyotkesh Tripathi. They believed that students of literature and teachers of literature had a role in, training people to accept differences and live, as neighbors. Fight when it is necessary to drive an idea, but then after that, have the courtesy, have the courage to invite your colleague to have a cup of tea. This is what I mean by personal democracy. This is what I also mean by affiliation and effect in late Victorian England. I would like to once again pay my homage to Professor Burdwan, recall, the effective community that Professor Burdwan and Jasodhara Mashi and Professor Biyotkesh Tripathi in their own spaces, their own community spaces, try to create. Thank you so much, and thank you for paying attention.
Thank you, sir. How can we thank you enough? And we can't even offer you a cup of tea.
No, I think, I think Nandini, I'm from the home of tea, actually, as you are from the home of tea. Let's not compete. This is Assam tea and Darjeeling tea. We can give tea to each other when we meet.
Yes, but it was fantastic. It was such a well-being of Professor Burdwan and Carpenter that I was spellbound. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Danta. It was fascinating. The keynote was already struck when the tropes of resonances, connections, memorializing were already introduced. And you continued and expanded on those. The links, tangible and intangible, the connections that are manifest and embedded, the lives that were celebrated. I would now invite discussions, comments, observations on Professor Danta's presentation. Neha Rohilla had already raised a hand for quite some time. Neha, would you want to put forward a question or make an observation? Or is it just a random hand that was raised? Neha? Okay. So, since Neha is not responding, I will invite my colleagues and the other scholars and teachers and students assembled here to please engage with the dialogue with Professor Danta's presentation.
Professor Danta, I have a sort of question for you. I'm Shubhajit.
Please, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Professor Danta, I was going through some of the passages in Carpenter's book, Civilization, Its Cause and Cure, where he talks about meat eating. And you mentioned meat eating in the course of your presentation. Now, Carpenter, I'd like it, this is not really a question, but an observation or something I gather from what Carpenter writes, and I'd invite you to respond to this. Although you have spoken on this aspect of meat eating, it appears that Carpenter, who later turned vegetarian, was opposed to meat eating on two grounds. One, he felt that the brotherhood between men and animals, today of course we speak of human animals and non-human animals, but he's talking of men and animals. And he feels that the cruelty involved in meat eating fractures the brotherhood between men and animals. This is one ground on which he is opposed to meat eating. But the other ground on which he is opposed to meat eating, and he writes about it in his book, appears rather strange, and I'm not sure if this was the science of the day, but today it appears, to me, it appears irrational. He says that animal food contains highly, I'm quoting Carpenter, he says, animal food containing, as it does, highly wrought organic forces, because they're all living creatures that we kill for food. He says, therefore, animal food may liberate within our system powers which we may find difficult or even impossible to dominate. He says that we may turn into lethargic monsters, and we may turn into foul harpies and sad-visaged lemurs. He talks about certain kinds of animals which we may turn into, or which we may begin to resemble if we consume meat. And he says that these animal qualities may insist on having their way, building up an animal body, not a truly human one. And he says, he goes on to say that these animals that we eat as food may inflame subsidiary centers in our systems, and so diminish central control, our control over ourselves. That may be diminished. This is one reason on which, one reason for his resistance to meat eating. This I found rather strange when I read it. How would you respond to this, Professor Duncan?
See, that's a very interesting kind of question, because this is an aspect that I did not, at that point in time, I thought it was not necessary for me to touch on this aspect. See, this is, if you read Montaigne, you see this suspicion that we inherit the qualities of the animals we eat, I think has been there for quite some time. And during the middle part of the 18th century, you had several interesting books coming out from France primarily on this aspect of animals transferring to the eater their own qualities. So if you eat a filthy animal, you are likely to be filthy. If you eat an animal in distress, you would be distressed later on. If you eat an angry animal, you would also. So this was there in the air. And then I think his friend Havelock Ellis, and Havelock Ellis actually, in fact, had given to Carpenter a whole lot of books on this particular kind of response to animals and humans being together. He also had said that if you are together with animals that have foul temper, okay, not just eating. If there are animals with foul temper in your neighborhood or in your house, you're also likely to inherit some of their characteristics. So he also expressly, kind of in a way, forbade his friends from keeping these foul-tempered animals as pets. Okay, so this was a time, and then later on, Leela Gandhi has given you, a kind of more interesting references on work after Carpenter that talk about animal psychology and meat eating. And these days, in 2020, if you're looking at it, there are, I think, several schools of thought, including, scientific associations in America, anti-meat eating scientific associations, that have kind of tried to relate, not exactly what we call animal psychology, psychological behavior, but then some kind of genomic impact. So, you see, in a way, he was using scientific information that was not fully established, but the research into that had started in the continent. But then he was, in a way, willing to take the bait and talk about it. He was blamed for that, by the way. When people who reviewed the book also said he was trying to bring in a lot of pseudoscience into his work just to motivate people. So you had colonialism on the one hand, power, nature, violation of nature, and this particular aspect. In fact, in the intermediate sex, when he talks about human relationships, he comes back to this question once again. He says, people have criticized me, but then now I have more support for my theory. So it's a very interesting kind of link. And then now you see, most of the vegetarian, pro-vegetarian groups will always give you some of these books from the 1920s, saying that, this is it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Pantha.
Thank you.
But today, of course, the pro-vegetarian groups are mostly advocating vegetarianism on the basis of animal rights and prevention of cruelty.
Animal rights activists have now also been, citing Carpenter, and but then there are also people who are talking about plant rights. Carpenter did talk about the rights that we had taken upon ourselves to clear up things and then to cultivate what we needed. Carpenter was very much against that kind of cultivation. Okay, so there is a plantation, there is a vegetation forest, and then you clear an entire forest vegetation and plant, let's say, bananas. He was also against that. And then repeatedly in his book, that India book, he has also talked about the British starting a certain kind of cultivation in India that destroys large tracts of forest and says trees also have rights. But then it's so he does talk about the some tribal populations that respect the rights of trees, but then gives it up, does not take it up actually.
Thank you very much.
So I have one question, that is, you mentioned Tagore. How was Carpenter related to Tagore? Or how was Tagore related to Carpenter?
Okay. See, thing is, I have not studied the entire range of their relationship, but then it is suggested that they had common friends. Okay, they had common friends, and Leela Gandhi talks about actually the correspondence between Carpenter and Tagore. Who wrote to whom, I'm not very sure, but then because I have not pursued that. One thing that I can say is that, you see, it could be mutual, but then Tagore's idea of the university as an ashram, and Carpenter's idea of these little utopias where you could teach people and simultaneously make them work, people find that there were common links. But then, as I said, I have not traced this link, but the Leela Gandhi does talk about the relationship.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but then I have not looked at the relationship myself. Leela Gandhi's work mentions it. Effective community.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one or two more questions or observations.
Let me pay my homage to Professor Dilip Kumar Burdwan on this occasion. It was the lecture of Professor Danta. It was fascinating, and just I want to make one or two points from my personal memories. Actually, I was a student of Professor Burdwan, and I also belonged to his tutorial group. In those days, in our time, the students were split into different groups, and Professor Burdwan was the head of the department, and I belonged to his group. And he would give us tasks, unknown poems, and in those days you had no Googling facility, and you could just get the paraphrase from any source. But unknown poems, we had to think on those poems and then write also critical appreciations of those poems. And what I want to say here is that the personal democracy and respecting differences, Professor Dilip Burdwan was an epitome of that. From my memory, I can say that we had, in our time, the syllabus was changed and all the components were not well discussed in the class because of lack of time and maybe of teachers as well. But we agitated against the department and also submitted deputations to the head of the department, and we had a lot of differences of opinion. But every time Professor Dilip Burdwan would give a silent listening to what we had to say, and he would try very sincerely to solve all our problems. So that is a kind of, as Professor Danta has justly pointed out, that we should learn, especially people of the academia should learn to respect the differences. And Professor Dilip Burdwan, he was a perfect gentleman, and he had that kind of intellectual height to respect the differences, even not only with the colleagues, but also with the students, and never trying to impose his ideas on the students, but also trying to know what they have to say and working upon that. That's all.
Thank you so much. Actually, I attended a meeting last month in Dibrugarh where Professor Burdwan worked, where I also worked earlier. Now I'm at Tezpur. So I want to bring a sentence from that meeting. Somebody said Professor Burdwan quarreled with everybody, but then had no enemies. He quarreled with everybody, all his colleagues every day, but then he had no enemies. I hope actually that is the impression that you also carry from his work at Burdwan. He would always quarrel. He would always say harsh things, but then in the evening, he would always invite his young colleagues to tea or to dinner or to whatever. He always had that. And then you do the work. And one of my very, very famous and reputed colleagues kept away from the department for a very long time because of personal quarrels. And I have seen this myself. He said, see, look, we are here because the department is here. It's not the other way around. And so, that is one way of looking at, life, nation building, building character, I believe. And he was that. And something, Dr. Bakchi?
Yes, Dr. Bakchi, I think, needs to say.
Yes, first of all, I wanted to thank you because you brought alive the spirit of utopia by the way you talked about personal democracy and small communities. In utopian studies, it's very useful to cite and critique the distinction that Engels made between scientific and utopian socialism, because time has proved the truth of utopian socialism in ways that scientific socialism have had to contend with. I.e., I would say that if there is something good in movements in scientific socialism, it is because they have the traits of utopian socialism, including that capacity to work together in small communities, to be genuinely radical, to be genuinely questioning, and believe that the small changes in the here and now can matter, but know that they might not change the world. And so I think that is at the heart of why we do, if we do, utopian studies. It's also part of what I came to from the women's movement, because in my generation, I'm in my late 40s, there was a lot of discontent with precisely these party affiliations and named parties. And the women's movement allowed ways to go beyond labels and to see associational networks and friendships, which is why my late mother, for example, most deeply admired Phulrenu Guho, who was a Congress politician, but more importantly, a social worker all her life, one of the most revered figures. But it is very heartening that we're going back to people like Carpenter, who have their own kind of radicalism, which surely comes from their queerness as well. So that was another point that I wanted to make, that in a sense, if we must, in literary studies, as we must continually evolve new frames, then Leela Gandhi alerted us to some of these queerness frames, which surely influences our notion of utopia today. But I would also say that your talk brought alive for me how very much more difficult it was for scholars doing their PhDs in the 1960s, scholars from India doing their work in England, and how they paved the way for the kind of work that is easier for us to do in post-colonial, decolonial, feminist studies today, as it were. The last point I wanted to make is that I am very interested in transcultural flows, if we think about Western Europe and South Asia. And in that context, it is very interesting that Carpenter, who should have influenced Gandhi, was himself so influenced by India, as you brought out, that he should have sent out for designs of leather sandals that his friend Harold Cox sent out from India, and that he then implemented, so that the story then becomes a matter of mutual flows and complications, as it were. And then the paradox of how we frame that in Gandhi's absolutely amazing positioning of himself as critiquing Western civilization. And hence Swaraj is full of acknowledgements, you know. I mean, it's not as if he absolutely places lists of books through which he acknowledges. So the transcultural flow part, that Carpenter is himself also shaped by India and aspects of India. I'm sorry, but your talk, you know, impels me to say something else. In 2018, I spent a long time, well, not a long time, 2 months at Lancaster University, working on Gandhi-Quaker connections, principally Gandhi-Tagore Quaker connections. And that highlighted for me something one finds in Carpenter's life as well, how moving away from southern England with its more mainstream Anglican mores up north, where dissenters like Quakers, etc., had always played a far more prominent role, and those landscapes and, you know, that north and south divide, how the north provides a more enabling, questioning and radical environment for the flourishing of these kinds of societies. And it's not an accident, of course, that Ruskin goes to Sheffield for that guild. So there are these internal differences. If there's one thing we need to beware of in doing post-colonial studies, it's that we should not homogenize any of these Western European countries, because they were highly differentiated. So your talk was absolutely wonderful, and it brought alive how differentiated young men in England in the late 19th century could be in their choices, in their places, and what they did to those good places to bring about a kind of elusive social dream. Thank you very much.
Just like to mention one thing here, that, you know, they were not enough, they were actually never really afraid of, you know, failing. Because when you start a movement, you know, you kind of already think at, you know, look at the end of the movement as, you know, whether you failed or succeeded. Carpenter, this is what I call the right to dreaming. You see, dream. Whether you fail, succeed is another thing. He was unafraid of that thing. So that is one admirable thing that I see, and then that links, you know, Carpenter to our times. Of course, there is the danger of homogenizing, that we look for easy solutions while doing research. We actually kind of look for evidence that suits our hypothesis. That is why I also admire the work done by Professor Burdwan. He did not have a grand thesis, and but now when you look at his work, when you look at the kind of way in which he proceeded, he was not afraid of the contradictions that he saw. I think, you know, that makes it admirable. And the enabling part, I think I cannot overemphasize enough that he was a great enabler. The way I think Carpenter was also an enabler. Carpenter's relationship to, you know, the India books, of course, you know, that requires another lecture, maybe more kind of, you know, extensive reading, more reading with better documentation. But then he did have a lot of filtered, you know, Indian wisdom that came to him, and he used it as he wished. Like Gandhi used he used Christianity as he wished. So, you know, thank you so much. And I think, you know, we should, you know, both, you know, Professor Bapchi, Professor Burdwan, and then I don't know if you have ever met, maybe you met my supervisor, Birotkesh Tripathi, and you know, Jasodhara Mas, you are great friends. And see, they how so there are wonderful stories actually that she would have told you, maybe that she carried from you know, Bhubaneswar or from Berhampur and her associations. And so this is also wonderful that, you know, we meet because of Professor Burdwan.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
One intervention, sir.
Yeah.
Because the talk about sandals and leather work. Now, if we read Gandhi's ashram experiments, which is, of course, you know, collated from various writings in journals, the sandal thing, I think, comes, you know, via Kallenbach from Germany. Possible. And there was a German Trappist monastery to which, where actually Gandhi went and learned how to make these sandals. This was part of the simplicity movement, and the first ashram was called the Tolstoy ashram. And of course, it was in resonance, in acceptance of these influences. But the leather, he speaks at length about the rough leather.
Yeah, very interesting. Also, I think, see, in his when he was 17, Carpenter went to Germany and spent 2 years in Germany, learning what he called small craft.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if there is more relationship that could be explored.
Maybe. So that is the one little thing, that there was a Jewish tradition that came via Carpenter of community living, that we should be discovering a little more when one studies South Africa and when one studies the German ashram. So this is it. I mean, the handmade stuff comes from there as well.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hands, just Arpita, can you just please check, if they're still around?
Yes, I was just checking because Neha Rohilla has raised her hand quite some time now, but she's not responding to any invitation. So if there are any more questions or observations, please feel free to share them with us. Perhaps not.
No, there's something. Yeah, that's it. So
thank you. Yeah. Nandini wants to say something.
No. I said that let's go to the next lecture.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Danta, once again for such a fascinating presentation. We now move on to Dr. Oindrila Ghosh. I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Oindrila Ghosh. She is an associate professor at the Department of English, Diamond Harbour Women's University. She has been awarded the Charles Wallace India Trust UK Short Research Grant twice, in 2009 and 2019, for pre- and postdoctoral research respectively. She has also been the recipient of the prestigious Frank Pinion Award in 2014, given by the Hardy Society. Apart from a number of notable and often cited essays on Hardy in international journals, she has 3 edited volumes to her credit: Protean Images, a study of womanhood in Victorian society and literature, published in 2017, an enigma called Emily, Reassessing Emily Bronte at 200, published in 2019, and a more recent book published in 2021, Visitation, Deception and Contestation, Interrogating Gender and the Supernatural in Victorian Shorter Fiction. Today, she is going to talk about Justice Was Done. The title of her presentation is Justice Was Done, the Socio-Legal Context of Thomas Hardy's Test of the D'Urbervilles. Dr. Ghosh, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, for that introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. It's quite late in the day, and yet there is no fatigue, because I myself feel extremely engrossed and extremely energized with the wonderful keynote lecture in the morning by Dr. Bagchi, and also the very engrossing lecture by Professor Danta. And I take this opportunity now to thank the Department of English and Cultural Studies, University of Burdwan, and all the teachers there, especially Professor Nandini Bhattacharya, for inviting me to be part of this webinar, which is in remembrance of Professor D.K. Barua, a noted authority on Victorian studies in India and a teacher. And I feel a tinge of regret as I listen to the erudite speakers and his colleagues, students, that I had never met him. I have never been his student. I had no memory of Dr. Barua, but then again, as Thomas Hardy would say, it was by chance, the intervention of chance, that very recently that I became aware of his path-breaking work on Edward Carpenter. The thesis that he had written at the University of Sheffield, which I'm reading currently, and which makes me try to look into the fact, especially his ideas about vegetarianism, which makes me think if there was really a link between, if there was a link between Thomas Hardy, who himself had all his life fought for animal rights, and he was so concerned about the life of the minutest sentient being, if there are any connections, which is the new kind of interest which has been generated. And because I did not know Professor Burdwan personally, and it's only through the recollections that are available to me from the speakers here today, I can only feel that because he was a Victorianist and he was teaching at these different university departments all his life and contributing so much to 19th century and Victorian studies, I'm sure he would have agreed to this, and he would have ensured this importance of contextualization, of how not to judge 19th century texts with 20th century or 21st century lens. We may agree with them, we may disagree with them, but ultimately we have to go back to the context in which the works were written. And it is perhaps in the spirit of this that my talk is sort of framed, not a very original piece of work that I'm going to share, but then again, the emphasis is going to draw attention to the need for looking at a much read, much loved, and much discussed novel by Thomas Hardy in Tess of the D'Urbervilles, from an aspect which I feel is still less discussed in literary circles, at least in India. And before I begin, I would, because suddenly there's an onslaught of rain and thunder in my area and my internet connection is giving a little trouble, I have sent my PowerPoint presentation. I have a PowerPoint presentation, which is just a subtext to my talk. I've just sent it to one of my scholars who's also working on the Victorian area. I've just given my PPT to her. So I would request my scholar Onisha and request the organizers to allow her to present the screen instead of me, because my network is giving a lot of trouble. I don't know if you're able to hear of the terrible thunder that is that is acting as a kind of background music to it. So I would, is it okay if she presents the screen instead of me, the PowerPoint presentation? Nandini Di, is it okay?
Of course, of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. Arnab,
would you facilitate that, please?
Okay. So, as my talk is titled, that I will be trying to contextualize Tess of the D'Urbervilles in its socio-legal context in Victorian times. And
is it visible?
Yes. Onisha, it is visible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Onisha. Okay, so this is an interesting year, 2021. This happens to be the 130th year of the serialization of Tess of the D'Urbervilles in the graphic newspaper, which was serialized between July and November 1891. And it still remains a novel which is re-examined in multifarious ways and has resonated with readers globally. Social and cultural criticism latent in this novel has been dealt with by scholars, critics, and generations of teachers in classrooms, but what has often still been less emphasized is the legal context of the novel. And my talk is thus going to seek to situate Tess of the D'Urbervilles in this intricate matrix of Victorian laws, some of which I think, and of course lots of critics have already agreed and proved that which are responsible for attenuating the tragic end of Tess, and also try to show how Hardy's critique was directed towards the crying need for legal amendment in his time. It will also highlight that Hardy had indeed intended during and after the serialization and the publication of the novel in volume form that there be speculations about these legal issues that are inherent in Tess of the D'Urbervilles among his Victorian readers, such as how the case of Tess would have been tried if it was taken up for prosecution in the contemporary law courts. And hence, I will finally argue, as I began with, that a better understanding of the novel thus heavily relies on locating and knowing the socio-legal context of the novel. Because one cannot ignore that most of Hardy's novels have law or legal presences as a very important element as part of the plot or the characterization. The hanging at Dorchester Prison on 9th August 1856 of Martha Brown, who was the last woman to be publicly hanged in Dorset, left a deep and lasting impact on Hardy, who was just 16 years old when he witnessed the hanging. And I have a slide which talks about the feelings which he describes again and again throughout his life in letters to acquaintances, friends, and even after, at the age of even 70 years after this, when he kept on discussing about this episode which he had happened to watch. And he wrote even 70 years later that he was ashamed to have been present there. The story of Martha Brown, who was tried and found guilty for the murder of a second husband and was hanged publicly, is now accepted to have influenced Hardy's most popular novel, the novel that we are talking about, Tess of the D'Urbervilles, the story of another beautiful young woman from a poor family who killed the man who had ruined her life. The second Mrs. Hardy, Florence Dugdale Hardy, also wrote in a letter to Lady Pinney, who was somebody who was very close to the Hardy family, and she wrote a book on this Martha Brown case, on the murder of Martha Brown's husband, for which she was constantly in touch with Hardy and his wife. I quote from that letter, "Of course, the account T.H. gives of the hanging is vivid and terrible. What a pity that a boy of 16 should have been permitted to see such a sight. It may have given a tinge of bitterness and gloom to his life's work." Close quotes. Yes. And who can ignore the presence of lawyers, law courts, and interventions of law in plots of his novels and also his short stories? For instance, touching upon the trial of the Furmity woman in The Mayor of Casterbridge by Henchard, which indirectly does unleash the cataclysmal downfall of the Mayor of Casterbridge, or the intrusion of the taboo against marrying one's dead wife's sister, which was in place in England till 1907 in his intriguing short story, Alicia's Diary. There are innumerable such instances. There are so many more which I'm not bringing in because obviously I have to finish my ideas on time. And there are innumerable instances which reveal Hardy's close acquaintance and deep interest in English law. And the presence of English law in this particular novel, in fact, in much of Hardy's fiction and his life, is often still less discussed, though amply pointed out in the last 25 to 28 years only by critics such as William A. Davis, who has a book and several essays talking about these legal aspects that are present in Hardy's work, especially in Tess of the D'Urbervilles, and more recently in her work by Trish Ferguson. Thomas Hardy's Tess of the D'Urbervilles contains complex and detailed interrogations of several Victorian values of the capitalist culture of his time. It is a fierce condemnation of the social, ethical, moral, religious, and political values held by the majority of his contemporaries. But scholars and researchers are only now, very late in the day, trying to learn how and to what extent Hardy incorporated the law in his fiction, opening up thus newer perspectives on him as a social novelist. For Hardy was not just an architect in early life, as is popularly known, but from the 1890s. And to be more specific, 1884 to 1919, in varying capacities, he was also a local magistrate or justice of the peace in Dorset and Dorchester. Hence, Hardy was well aware of certain sterner facts of life, which usually would probably get buried in the world of books. He never lost sight of these, but instead incorporated them in his fiction in order to expose them and indirectly facilitate reform. Edward C. Sampson, in his landmark essay written in 1977, in fact, the only exhaustive essay which takes on this aspect of Hardy's career as a local magistrate, points out that Hardy's autobiography, which is called The Life and Works of Thomas Hardy, which was during his lifetime, passed as the biography written by his second wife, which is actually his ghost-written autobiography. Sampson points out that this autobiography is full of references to his interest in law and law courts and visits to police courts. He mentions, Hardy mentions in this ghost-written autobiography, attending the assizes on 14 July 1884. And I have a few slides which show Hardy taking the oath as magistrate or justice of the peace. There are slides which show when he had acquired the qualification to act as magistrate in different capacities. That is also there in one of my slides, which I'm sure Annesha is going to show. And he also mentions and being in law court part of the time during a London trial which interested him. Later in 1890, the year he was probably already composing and gathering material for writing Tess of the D'Urbervilles, he also went to the police courts in London to get what he colloquially referred to as novel padding. A look at his ghost-written autobiography then, at his biography, the most authentic biography written by Michael Milgate, his literary notebooks. Hardy was extremely fond of jotting down all kinds of information that would help him to engage with in his fiction in these sets of literary notebooks, which are now published and edited and available for reading. Harold Orrell, who has edited this. So all of them seem to highlight Hardy's deep interest in the law and legal matters which dominated much of his life and reflected prominently in his fiction. Legal issues that are raised in this particular novel, Tess of the D'Urbervilles, are various and include sexual assault, murder, divorce, the transfer of property, marriage with relatives, desertion, and the restitution of conjugal rights. There will be a time and opportunity to look at some of them. Of course, it is not possible to talk about all of them and their references to the contemporary legal scenario, but I will try to look at some of them. The most obvious example of Hardy's cultural criticism is his assertion in the novel's subtitle that Tess is a pure woman. So right from the beginning of the novel, this becomes a kind of defense, Hardy acting as a defense lawyer for his heroine. So this legal structure that Tess holds begins right from this idea of the subtitle, which was again a very direct affront to the ideas of sexuality, chastity, morality that was prevalent in the Victorian times. And by traditional Victorian standards, Tess is definitely a fallen woman and is such considered to be damaged good who would be suitable to the lowest bidder. Hardy then is radically departing from these values upheld by his society by proclaiming Tess's purity and virtue, even though she had sexual relation out of wedlock. It is therefore not surprising that initial reaction to the novel was highly negative, at least critical reaction, not so much from the readership, because we also know of letters coming to Hardy during the serialization of the novel, especially from women, from mothers who thanked Hardy for writing such a novel which they could help to pass on to their daughters to save them from the troubles which Tess had perhaps faced. So, and this is there in the records of the published letters. As a Victorian male novelist writing about women, Hardy has often been regarded as an irresistible paradox, nothing new. He has had his own share of critical bashing as a misogynist too. But Tess remains one novel which perhaps established him as a writer whose sensibilities are far ahead of his times and unknown to him, of course, almost verging on the feminist. Issues of coercion and sexual context then are at the forefront of the novel. But interestingly, Hardy not only places a veil over the central incident of Tess's violation and also the subsequent weeks that she's staying on after the incident before her return to Marlott finally. But Hardy also holds out clues that point again and again in opposing directions, some suggesting it was a clear-cut rape, others that it was perhaps a seduction, some leaving considerable room for debate as to which way they point. it is hard not to think that he does so deliberately. At the inception and at the heart of the novel lies then this looming question: what was the precise nature of the assault on Tess? Was she raped or seduced by Alec d'Aberville? And this is left deliberately to be debated by Hardy's readers for a century. So the clarity of ideas that were present in the first serial version were deliberately sort of taken out by Hardy when he was able to bring out the novel in its volume forms. So the scene in the chase and the events leading to it have undergone series of revisions in the hand of Hardy. Obviously, these Bowdlerizations or changes that he had to undertake were primarily for the reasons or based on Victorian serialization, the pressures of censorship, and obviously to please the all pervasive attitude and sort of encompassed by the Mrs. Grundys of the time. Thus, it is not surprising that the text and the narration, right from the serial version, where the authorial intention was changed, goes silent about the exact happenings in the scene of violation. And despite the deliberate confusion created by the narrative regarding whether the event is a seduction or rape, the scene has received less attention from a legal perspective, with reference to Victorian rape law, which clearly stated that the use of force, especially on a woman who was sleeping, and there is a clear indication in the text that Tess was sleeping soundly when Alec comes back after trying to find a way out of the chase. So again, all these would, this omission remains slightly jarring when one becomes aware that Hardy was a justice of peace or magistrate in Dorchester at the time of the composition and publication of Tess. So this omission sounds very, very strange because we have I've just said that he was during this time, he was he had joined as a magistrate and he was always interested in the legal aspects of his society. The novel from its very inception foreshadows this violent encounter that happens in the chase. Whether it was truly violent is left out of the purview, of course, but then we also have indications that it could have been violent. Encounter between Tess and Alec in the chase, those through symbols and symbolic action. The final scene, and it prepares us for the final scene of violation in the chase. The scene is engulfed in fog and nebulousness, literally, and all verbal communication is muted. And we are only left with the information that Tess, and I quote from the novel, was sleeping soundly and upon her eyelashes were lingered tears, close quotes. All subsequent description is enmeshed in an elaborate metaphor of drawing or sketching, which mentions words again lifted from the novel: course pattern, gossamer, Tess's guardian angel, and the fact that some of her aristocratic ancestors had, and I quote again, dealt the same measure to peasant girls of their time even more ruthlessly, close quotes. All clearly suggestive of the violent nature, or at least the lack of consent
I think
Did we lose connection with Indrila?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, she can't be heard.
Onnesha, can you just call her and confirm whether...
Okay, sure.
It is raining here, actually. It's very bad weather in Kolkata. It's very bad weather in Kolkata, Nandini.
There, she's back.
She has come back.
I think she's come back. So this is a classic webinar with
Is she here, ma'am?
snapped links. No, she is not.
News on Nisha?
I'm trying to call her then.
Yes,
She's
please.
not here. Okay.
Peter,
Yes, Nandini, what do we?
we going to do?
Ma'am, I
Shall
called her up. She's trying to come back. She got disconnected. She's facing
Okay.
some network issues, maybe. She's trying
Okay,
to come
so
back.
will she be able to? Will she be able to reconnect?
Yes, she will be able to reconnect. She says
She
she's
will.
just coming back.
So shall we wait? Shall we wait for 2 or 3 minutes on Nisha? What did she
Yeah,
say?
let's wait. Actually,
Yes, please,
please
please
let's
wait.
wait
She's
for at least
coming
5 minutes.
Yeah.
At least 5 minutes, because she might get back. She might come back. And just wait. Maybe
She's trying to come back, ma'am.
a little bit of social interaction. Maybe in the meantime, just yeah. I think she was about to finish her thing. Maybe at least a part of it. Yeah.
Are the slides visible, ma'am?
Not yet.
The slides are
No,
not visible right now.
Yes.
If you start presenting, yes.
Yes. Should I? Okay. Once she comes back, I'll start presenting.
No, you start presenting right now.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You
Okay.
can keep the
Yes, it will
presentation
be there
on.
on the screen.
Yes, let's go to the next slide. Yes, let's go to the
Yes,
next
please.
one.
You can see Vendrila. Yes. Please continue.
Go to the next slide.
Hello, Oindrila.
Oindrila has joined, so I think Oindrila can continue.
Oindrila has joined, yes.
So I'm extremely sorry to everybody. But then it's not in my
No,
hands.
that's all right.
If
Absolutely
you
all
are
right.
having
You
any
understand?
problems with
Please
the
continue.
video, Oindrila, you
Yes.
can turn off your video.
I'll turn
and
this
continue
on
with-
for a, yes, I will do that. Because it's a sudden, it was a
that
very
will
sunny
perhaps
day
help.
here, but it suddenly started raining and thundering and the router and everything's gone for a total toss. I'm very sorry. So I'll just try to begin from where I ended. I was talking about this point made by Kathleen F. Kearney, who, among other things, also suggests that perhaps Tess, being an inexperienced girl of 16, would have thought that forced sex was the norm, and maybe she had refused each time during her stay at Tantridge after the few weeks that she spent there after the first incident in the chase, and then she would have submitted simply to get over it. Perhaps also she thought that she had no choice but to grow fond of Alec. In the few times that Tess contemplates the event in the novel, she refers to herself also as having a kind of weakness. She perhaps does not comprehend that the inability to successfully defend oneself from being physically overpowered does not constitute weakness. This is what Kathleen Kearney says in her very interesting take on what generations of critics have otherwise said in defense of this being a seduction rather than a rape, and Tess perhaps having some level of consent, although not very willing in that particular episode. The definitions of rape in Victorian law and the fact that Tess, as I mentioned earlier, that Tess was sleeping soundly, and also the other episode which Hardy added in the first serial version of the mock marriage to save Tess's reputation, or to allow the novel from being serialized, which in the context of which Tess's mother, Joan Durbeyfield, suggests in this serial version, 1891 serial version, that they go to the law court for the mock marriage. This mock marriage that Alec carries on, and all of them point to the fact that the courts would have tried Tess's case as rape. Then the reasons that could be possible that Hardy did not take this did not let the plot of this novel turn to this direction take this legal direction, despite his interest in and his very deep knowledge in contemporary laws. There could be some reasons for this. And the reasons that could be that he wished to conduct the trial of Tess not in the legal courts, which would have easily established Tess's innocence and victimhood, but rather he wished to conduct the trial of Tess in the theatre of the minds of Victorian readers, and perhaps in order to dissociate the physical connotations of chastity and give them a broader kind of reason to ponder about and rethink about the idea of chastity and purity. And also the other important point that he chooses perhaps not to take this legal recourse, although there are many ways in which this could have done, it has been suggested in the serial version itself, is to point out just how far removed the working class woman was from the functionings and access of law courts. Hence, in phase the second, when Tess returns to Marlott, it is the seduction which gains greater importance as having rather moral implications than just legal implications of rape, which and a court trial would have admitted this purity too simply, which was unacceptable to Hardy. And he also wanted to add complexity to Tess's character and to his argument of purity of intentions, which remain intact despite Tess's loss of physical intactness with which Victorian morality was so obsessed. As a justice of peace, then, Hardy's Tess is laced with mentions of other laws too, which are designed to prosecute men like Alec. And why, then again, the question that why do Joan Durbeyfield's threats stop short of actual prosecution? In 1885, this is going to be up on this slide, which is now displayed on the screen. In 1885, the English Parliament enacted its most comprehensive legislation aimed at punishing the kinds of schemes which Alec d'Abervilles and the likes of him carried out on innocent girls. The stated purpose of this Amendment Act, it was stated in this act itself, and I quote, to make further provision for the protection of women and girls, close quotes. And it did so by spelling out offences and penalties in several categories. The majority of the cases prosecuted under the Criminal Law Amendment Act between 1885 and 1891, when Tess was being written and was published, involved offences indictable under one or less frequently two sections of the Act. I have tried to highlight certain sections of the Act, the exact wording, which is quoted in Davis's essay, of how they would have applied to Alec d'Aberville if he was taken to the law courts. Tess refuses to, despite this, Tess refuses to entertain thoughts of prosecution suggested by her mother, because such an action would do her, in Tess's words from the novel, more harm than leaving it alone. Hardy had at least three reasons, perhaps, for not pursuing this issue of prosecution. The first would be because the mock marriage was intended to perform a specific function in the plot, and while doing so, divert attention of the reading public to these changes in the law that was happening, that they would be abreast of from newspaper reportings. And this was the purpose of the mock marriage. The marriage was intended to conclude and not begin a fresh plot line. Secondly, as Jenny Calder, who reminds her in her important study of relationships in Victorian fiction, and I quote from Calder's book, the female must be weaker than the male, whether the male is authorized lover or would-be seducer. If the male were preying on an equal, that is one who would answer an offense with the prosecution, the whole effect would be lost. Close quotes. Of course, a very sarcastic and ironic kind of a comment, but certainly Tess would have been a very different novel if this prosecution had been made an integral part of the plot. A more important reason for raising and then dropping the issue of prosecution lies perhaps in the status of the laws protecting women through this change, this amended act. The Criminal Amendment Act tried to make men and women equal, well and good, but it had its own share of shortcomings and lacuna, some of which the cases tried under it already revealed. Tess Durbeyfield, who was 16 years and a few months when she returned from Tantridge, would have to supply a corroborating witness or material evidence, either of which would be very difficult for her to find in Tantridge in order to have her charges against Alec upheld in court. Also, what would be more devastating for her, that her moral character would have come under question. She would have to prove herself a decent person, that is not a prostitute, if you have a look at those extracts from the amended law. And this provision, it seems, strikes at the core of Hardy's subtitle of the novel, A Pure Woman also. So the need to defend Tess, the need to defend a woman who has to, by the law, prove that she is a decent woman, she's not a prostitute, is Hardy's ironic comment on the legal system on several levels. Thus, the mock marriage contains not only an allusion to, but upon closer inspection, an indictment of this provision found in the relevant sections of the Act. Had Tess decided to prosecute the Act which was designed specifically to help women, would not be acceptable by the court. So her single testimony would not be acceptable by the court. The mock marriage scene in the serial version of Tess represents Hardy's way of emphasizing this. And also Mrs. Grundy, so again this change, this Baudelarization then makes sense on several levels. And also I have mentioned that Mrs. Grundy would not like to see seductions or supposedly loose women, as central characters in stories published in pages of family magazines such as The Graphic. His experiences as Justice of the Peace also prepared Hardy, made him familiar of how Tess would just not get justice through the provisions of this act. That probably also encouraged or motivated him not to take these proceedings to the law courts. So again, the mock marriage scene, which has been criticized and talked about ambivalently by decades of critics in the first serial version, far from eclipsing or replacing the original authorial intention of the composition of Tess of the D'Urbervilles, announces one of the novel's main themes, the plight of women in late 19th century England, not just Tess's, but of actual women, and points the finger of blame at the marriage and protection laws and the criminal laws that were prevalent. When Tess says that standing up for her rights will do her more harm than leaving it alone, we may understand the statement to mean that the law was capable of doing all women more harm than good. Thus, the mock marriage scene in the graphic serial version does not constitute a simple Baudelarization sort of depending on or based on the pressures of serial publication, but rather an alternative dramatization of issues addressed more gradually in the published novel. And it's interesting here that we must also remember that 4 years from the publication of Tess, in Jude the Obscure, Hardy would be using the laws relating to women and specifically to marriage as an integral tragic machinery of the plot of Jude the Obscure. Now, the second law, or the important issue, the one which lies at the core of the novel, about which I will talk now, and it has deep legal implications, is the issue of desertion and maintenance of the wife. Hardy's references to desertion and restitution in Tess were meant to expose some shortcomings of the law as it was applied to and interpreted in cases in court. Moreover, Hardy's Victorian readers would have recognized this allusion to the law and intended meaning of those allusions as readily as they perhaps would recognize the meaning or the symbolic ending of Tess at the Stonehenge. Tess of the D'Urbervilles thus had Victorian readers talking about the law and also trying to judge the accuracy of Hardy's handling of legal matters, his efficacy in doing them. It's interesting that it is Alec D'Urberville in the phase called The Fulfillment, where he directly affronts Tess by saying, and I quote, "You are a deserted wife, my fair Tess." And Alec's reference to this legal classification of deserted wife would have reminded Victorian readers of the state of the laws of desertion and maintenance in 1891, laws that were being tested and interpreted in the law courts still. Joan Perkin points out in her novel, her work, Women and Marriage in 19th Century England, I quote, "Among those who could not afford divorce proceedings, it was not uncommon for husbands simply to run away from unhappy marriages, so deserted wives were a sizable group among the indigent poor." Close quotes. The reference to desertion invites a very important question. First, is Tess truly a deserted wife in the legal sense of the term? Significantly, the desertion of Tess begins not with an argument, not with Angel running away or Angel departing for Brazil suddenly, but with a very, very cool agreement to separate. Of course, not a written, but a verbal agreement. What happens next is specifically significant in the context of the legal backgrounds of the scene. In a suicidal gesture that releases Angel from having to dispose of his fallen wife, whom he cannot accept despite his supposedly liberal ways of thinking, Tess herself offers a solution to the predicament, and it's a long conversation, and I would wish to read out to emphasize a section of it. And Tess offers this solution. "I have, quoting from the novel, "I have thought over what you say. It is quite true, all of it. It must be, you must go away from me. But what can you do? I can go home." Claire had not thought of that. "Are you sure?" he inquired. "Quite sure. We ought to part, and we may as well get it past and done." "And you would like to go home?" he asked. "I want to leave you and go home." "Then it shall be so." Though she did not look up at him, she started. There was a difference between the proposition and the covenant, which she had felt only too quickly. Close quotes. Hardy thus writes this separation scene very interestingly, using legal terminology, covenant. And also, as an extension to the scene, the narrator also seems to comment that Tess is doing something very detrimental to herself and becoming the best advocate of Angel Clare. And Hardy's choice of words provides a suitable context for the most subtle actions, legal issues and actions implied in the scene. English law provides significant and interesting backgrounds to the situation of Tess and Angel, and because on 25th June 1886, the Parliament enacted legislation to amend the law relating to the maintenance of married women who shall have been deserted by their husbands, which was known as the Married Women Maintenance in Case of Desertion Act. This law made it possible for a deserted wife to summon her husband before 2 justices in petty sessions or any stipendiary magistrate, and also get the magistrate to force the husband to pay a weekly sum for the maintenance of the wife and if there were any children from this union. So again, statutory law was liable to interpretation in courts, and while the wording of the statute suggests that Tess Durbeyfield and other women like her might have applied for and received assistance by the courts and from the courts, Victorian case law suggests otherwise. And here specifically, I have put a slide which talks about an important actual case that was going on, which had bearings on and which had similarities to the case of Pape versus Pape, 1887. Mary Pape trying to prosecute her husband in the law courts for maintenance because he had deserted her, suggests that Tess's agreeing to Angel's idea to separate would have meant that no desertion had taken place. So the acquiescence or the very, very amicable settlement of separating, that itself became a bar to the challenging in the law court of making the husband pay for maintenance. That was so in the Mary Pape case, and that Hardy was again very, very reliant on his readers, on his contemporary readers being aware of these happening. And there were several other cases also which were again quoting Mary Pape case, and there was this kind of network of intertextuality that was happening during this time in the law courts of cases with similar kind of background. And this makes it interesting because Hardy wanted his readers to be reminded of what was happening in the actual society, in the actual legal system. So, because Tess was agreeing to Angel's idea to separate and this would have meant that no desertion had taken place, and that Tess would therefore have no right to support or maintenance under this statute. So we can only therefore see Tess as a deserted wife in every sense but the legal. And we can also sense that there is Hardy's implied criticism of the law of desertion that is operating in Tess of the D'Urbervilles in the context of the 1886 law that was passed by, that became Act later on. By infusing the language of the law into the separation scene, Hardy quietly associates Tess, the novel Tess, with the legal system and the actual the things that were happening in the law courts of the times, but not actually taking her to the law courts in the progress of the plot. Also later, Tess commits an action that again precludes her from gaining relief from the legal system. Only one other stipulation in addition to agreeing to separate verbally or in a written form, which prevented deserted English wives from receiving support from the 1886 statute, and that stipulation was adultery. And when Tess takes up residence with Alec under absolute duress, because she has to take care of her 6 siblings and her widowed mother, who have been rendered homeless with the death of her father, when she's forced to become Alec's mistress in Sanborn, Hardy effectively seeks to eliminate all chances of Tess's ever having any recourse to the courts for maintenance rights. And it is important to recognize here that Hardy was writing not just about Tess, but about women in the 19th century who faced such similar actual straits. English case law shows that a husband's cruelty, the kind of cruelty that Angel metes out to Tess, did not allow for a judgment in wife's favor, and even if the wife had committed adultery under pressure. By living with Alec, in fact, she makes things easy for Angel, because it would have provided Angel the necessary grounds to initiate and win a petition for divorce. That means even much earlier than the murder that Tess commits, the murder of Alec, even by the midpoint of the novel, Tess is well outside the law's ability to help her. On so many instances, we have seen that she is kept out of the purview of the courts in the mock marriage case. She is now out of the purview of the courts in the maintenance and the desertion laws. So if Hardy was genuinely concerned about to air some of the problems associated with the desertion laws as they existed on paper and in practice in Tess, the novel Tess is in a way pointing a way forward, because a few years after the publication of Tess, the passage of the Summary Jurisdiction Married Women's Act in 1895, which became law in 1896, gave women considerable autonomy concerning their marriages by pointing out that they no longer had to wait to be deserted by their husbands in order to receive protection and maintenance. After 1896, a woman, out of her own volition, could leave her husband, sue for maintenance, and win her case in court if she could prove her husband's cruelty or failure to maintain her. So no longer was this clause of adultery as important as it was in the 1886 statute and law. now this before the courts, this inability of the husband to maintain the wife became more important than the issue of adultery. So this became a major victory for women, which after the publication of Tess, which was, of course, to which Tess would not have access during her own time. The suffering of Tess exposed the shortcomings of the 1886 law while dramatizing the plight of women whose situations did not be covered by that particular law. Tess's ignorance of the divorce law and her avoidance of the legal system are best understood in this historical context. So Hardy's question in this separation scene seems to ask who will argue for Tess, and because there is nobody to argue for Tess, it makes sense that the narrator and the author himself constantly argue for Tess. Victorian case law also shows that solicitors and judges and law courts were indeed helping women in the later Victorian period, but their ability to extend this help depended on women taking the first major step to enter that system. Tess, of course, shows and remains outside the law's ability to help her, and the results, as we know, are devastating and final. Thus, when we read the final passages of the novel, the irony that is latent in the phrase "justice was done," the president of the immortals had ended her sport with Tess, instead of reading it as an indictment of a vague divinity or creation, it is in fact perhaps more easy to read it as a debilitating attack or a kind of indictment, as Hardy perhaps meant it to be, on the entire legal system, which pretended or which meant to be very helpful towards women, but was not. The final issue, if I have a 5 minutes time to wind up, the final issue with legal implications in the plot that I want to end my talk with is this illegality or taboo against marriage with one's dead wife's sister that was prevalent in England when the novel was being composed and published. For most of the 19th century, the question of whether a man should be able to marry the sister of his deceased wife engaged the English public in heated debates. Marriage to a deceased wife's sister, amongst other unions, was voidable in the English ecclesiastical courts from the 16th century and became illegal with the passing of Lord Lyndhurst's Act in 1835. Marriage and family structure were traditionally based on the biblical one-flesh doctrine, which subsumed a woman's identity in her husband's and made the siblings of the wife those of the husband and vice versa. The specific issue upon which the English focused was whether a man's wife's sister was in law the equivalent of his blood sister, or a person who was somebody else whom he could marry. The Deceased Wife's Sister Act, which prevented marriage with one's dead wife's sister, was there in place in England till 1907. Hence, the ending of the novel Tess is interesting in several ways, because it suggests, the ending suggests that this is not a positive or hopeful ending in any way, because there are only three possible options. Because why am I referring to this is because the image of Lisa Lou, Tess's sister, and Angel walking hand in hand, going away from the scene, almost in a kind of tableau effect, going out of the scene of the novel, as it were, has been interpreted by various critics over the decades as a very positive ending. That it is not positive is because of the presence, because the knowledge of the presence of this particular law is necessary to not read this ending as positive. It's because there are only three options open for Lisa Lou if she chooses at all to get married to Angel. Then she has to do it by leaving England, become an expatriate, or perhaps become his unwed mistress, and then in a similar pattern tread a path of stigma, just as Tess had to do in a different context. Or perhaps she can choose to be pining for Angel Clare, just like the three dairymaids in the novel do, without getting Angel ever in their lifetime. This, I think, intensifies the bleakness of the ending without any hope for redemption. And to digress just a little, I have mentioned in my essays elsewhere on the Indian film adaptations of Hardy's Tess, where I have wished to point out why the Indian test does not have a sister. What was illegal and taboo in the English context when test was being written would be deemed as a positive and hopeful ending, since sororate marriages, or the practice of marrying one's dead wife's sister, is common in several parts of India and in several communities. Coming back to the present context then, what I wish to emphasize through my talk is that though a reading of Tess of the D'Urbervilles in and out of the classrooms may take us into take into account Marxist, feminist, eco-critical, eco-feminist, and several other tools, the legal aspects, the legal context should also be given some level of importance for a better, fuller experience of the work as Hardy and his contemporary readership would have known it. And a legal examination of the novel is only possible because of Hardy's strong interest in and focus on the law. It can be concluded then that Hardy's tragic novels, including Tess, with the protagonist's death as the endings, not only reflect the tragedy of characters or of fate, but are also very much tragedies embedded in the English legal system of the times. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrila. That was really brilliant. Especially the fact that you bring at the center of your discussion, woman as a legal subject. And you're right to point out, since we read this particular text in our MA class, there is oftentimes a tendency to completely elide this particular context. Absolutely. Where it would be perhaps cogent to mention, and it's known to everyone, even our students, that the feminist movement during this particular period of time started almost the late 18th century, early 19th century, was about redressing, or rather addressing the lack of representation of women or discriminatory practices against women with respect to their legal rights. And here, when you are putting this question of women's subjectivity at the center of a legal discourse, you are again raising questions about the fundamental grounding of the laws, of the legal structure, which is grounded upon the ideas of rationalism, and rationalism, which again has been very much interpreted as a kind of masculinized trope. The masculinization of reason was very much prevalent during that particular period of time. So it was definitely a very interesting intervention, a kind of reviewing and rereading of Tess. I'm tempted to say a lot more, but
thank you so much for those observations and comments.
And just let this paper very dynamic one. Thank you so much, Indrila. Open for discussion, questions and observations, but with a little caveat, since we are running out of time, I would really appreciate, we'd all really appreciate if the questions are limited to 3 or 4. Thank you.
Orpita-di, may I put a question?
Please do, Arno.
Okay. Thank you, Indrila, for a very insightful lecture. Now, I will very brief. The point that actually came to my mind is the aspect of rape, because you see that when we read this text, Hardy, as if tries to deal with the idea of seduction. But there are a number of critics who have even pointed out that Tess's case can also be considered from the point of view of rape. So when we read the text, we see that Hardy as if emphasizes the aspect of seduction. His focus is more on Tess's seduction, and he, that is how I feel. He probably does not turn the narrative and or rather writes the narrative in such a way so that this aspect of rape is highlighted. So this subtle distinction between seduction and rape. Why rape? Because you see that when Tess is actually seduced, there is no verbal communication between Tess and Alec, and also there is no such question of consent. So there are critics who even consider this as a case of rape. So does Hardy avoid this question of rape only because in the late Victorian period women were totally out of the purview of the civil law. They were not that much aware of the legalities of such harassment or such assaults. So that is how I'd like to put my question.
Okay. Thank you so much, Arnav, for that very interesting question, a comment and a question. I think I did not have time to touch upon the depths of this question because it would have taken a much longer time. But what I did mention is the number of versions of tests that Hardy kept on making, the changes that he kept on making. And episodes that were deleted in the serial version were published in the National Observer as a standalone piece. And again, clearly, because the first version, the first serial version did contain very clear passages which would make no doubt of the scene in the chase as a rape. And of course, you are right that women, and even I have tried to point out from my reading of the legal the legal studies related to Hardy and his works, that yes, women were out of the purview of the law courts, and women were scared of the laws because they did not understand it, and they were extremely difficult for them to tackle. But then also the idea, the other idea that is also running parallel to this is because Hardy, as I mentioned again and again, Hardy chose seduction as the greater focus in the novel, in the volume versions, because that would preclude, that would include not just the legal aspect of it, but also the moral dimension. The question, the trial now that would happen in the minds of the readers. And also, as I was mentioning, the first serial version had passages which would make there would be little doubt to say that the first event at least was a rape. And Hardy perhaps is trying to say that because she was raped, she was seduced in perhaps the later weeks. And also, as I mentioned, Kathleen Kearney's work, where she is talking about the problems of a rape being thought of in the legal courts as an event where the woman vehemently has to protest, has to will always be concerned with physically trying to throw off the person who is attacking her, or there has to be kind of so a rapist or somebody who's or even a seducer can have concern, can have moments of caring for the victim, that which is available to us from a reading of Tess. All these readings do come into the picture when this incident of rape is given a kind of veil by Hardy, where he's perhaps trying to question, so what about this question, even if she was perhaps half consenting or complicit to some extent, because she stayed on and she kept on thinking that probably the relationship would change, she could still go on earning money for her family, but she realized, because there are passages in the novel which direct to this fact that I thought that this, I'm not trying to quote, but I'm trying to say the essence of the passages where Tess says that she had imagined that probably this relationship would change, but she realized that it is never going to be allowed by Alec, that they could go back to the pre-rape or the pre-seduction times, and that is when she chooses to move away to Marlott. And there is also indication that Alec refers, when she's going back to her home, that Tess had started dressing up very plainly of late, which are clear indications that she wants to refute, she wants to be sexually unattractive to Alex so that this does not continue. So a lot of problematics are brought in when the focus is shifted from the rape. Even if we consider, there are enough evidences even in the novel itself that the first episode was perhaps a case of rape, for which if Alec was tried, he would be prosecuted, because contemporary cases were happening which are mentioned by all these legal studies on Hardy's Tess, which show that a woman, especially if it is like the way, if it is to be taken that Tess was sleeping throughout the act, again, that is also very difficult to sort of completely agree to, is because we must remember she is a virgin. Maybe she could not stop off the attack. She was sleeping for the part of the of whatever was happening to her. Then she was not in a condition, and we also have to remember that she was very tired. She was exhausted. She was physically at the most vulnerable. preamble. So all these readings have to be brought in, and Hardy is perhaps wanting to focus his readers' attention to the seduction part and trying to question that, so what if she was, even if there was an inability on her part to probably not fend off against Alec, it did not mean that her intentions, her purity of intentions had ever changed. I don't know if I'll get to answer your question. I myself seem to have gone on a very different track, actually.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrita.
Yes. Any more questions, please?
I know it's very late in the day. Everybody is been there for a long time. So I would be very happy also, even if there are no questions now, if people would write to me, if any question.
Yes, because
I would be very happy.
Yes,
I would be very happy to answer.
Maybe put in the message,
go to the chat box.
Yes.
I just have to see. My
My
network connection has given such a lot of trouble that I can't even see the questions. So if somebody could read them out, I would be able to answer.
I don't think there are any questions.
I don't think there are questions.
Nandini wants to say something.
No, I'm saying, Peter, read the question because it's already quite late.
Okay, so shall we just wind this up?
No, Nandini, actually, there are no questions in the chat box.
No, there are no questions in the chat box.
Yes.
No,
I just checked the chat box.
Peter had a question. Peter didn't have a question.
Thank you, Bornita Di, for that compliment. Thank you so much.
Bornita just congratulates Soindrila on a wonderful
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bakchi. And I just wanted to mention something which I didn't get an opportunity to say before. Dr. Bakchi had been to our university to deliver the Rukia Memorial lecture a few years back. Unfortunately, I was not in Kolkata during that time, so I couldn't listen to her. But I still have that card, and we hold that lecture every year at the university, jointly organized by the departments of Bengali and history usually. So Dr. Bakchi was there at my university to give her wonderful talk. I have heard from colleagues that it was a wonderful talk. So this was a great pleasure to be able to listen to her for the first time at this platform offered by the Department of English, University of Burdwan. So I'm very grateful to Bornita Di also, and to the Department of English, University of Burdwan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oindrila, there is one question from Debarhu Chakraborty, who is a student of our department. He asks, what is the role of nature in case of the deer bubbles? Though, of course, this question is not directly related to your paper, but if you want to say something about it.
Yes, of course. It is not related at all to the legal aspects about which I chose to speak today. But of course, nature is a very important component. And in current times, Hardy has been quite a favorite of eco-critical and more recently of eco-feminist rereadings of especially novels like Tess of the D'Urbervilles, Far from the Madding Crowd. In that context, this idea of looking at nature and the exploitation of nature perhaps, and how Hardy uses at every point nature and animals, of course, the animal world and the insect world as components of nature, and how they are almost symbolic entities which foreshadow a lot of the events that occur later in the plot. If you look at the injury of Prince, if you look at the penetration of Prince with the shaft of the mail cart, the fast-running mail cart, it has a kind of, it's almost like a premonition of what is perhaps going to happen to Tess. And also, if you look at the idea in which the two different workplaces, which has been made a lot of by Marxist interpretations of, by Marxist readings, of the difference between Talbothays, the nature and the kind of interactions of human beings with that natural world in Talbothays Dairy, and as a parallel when where Tess is forced to go and work at Flintcomb Ash, in a very, very mechanized and bleak setting when she's pushed to almost destitution because of the desertion of her by Angel. And Angel goes off to Brazil. So again, the contrasted ideas of nature and human interactions with those different kinds of natural world, and also this idea of how an agricultural community this change, this rapid change from agriculture, something that Professor Danta has referred to in his very, very illuminating lecture, this change, the coming of the railways and everything that is also mentioned in Tess, where Tess also looks so out of place in contrast to the very, very new looking railway engine when she goes to deliver milk. So she looks like a child of nature and somebody who belongs almost 1,000 years different from the way that the railways are an introduction of novelty, introduction of industrialization. So nature does. So I think I won't be able to do proper justice by trying to bring in the idea of nature in Tess in maybe 2 or 3 lines or in 2 and 3 minutes, but I think that there are so many ways of reading into nature, the importance of nature and the components of nature that Hardy was attentive to as a kind of contrast reading between, again, if we could summarize in one sentence, of nature and culture kind of divide. I don't know if that answers Debargo Chakraborty's question.
Debargo
Okay.
expresses his gratitude at your answer.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
I think that perhaps we will not be able to take any more questions. Indila, because I completely know, I regret and I apologize beforehand. I will not be able to take any more questions.
No, not a problem. I understand. It's very late already.
So
that is why I said if really somebody is really wants to connect and ask something, they are most welcome to contact me by email, and I'll put my email ID.
Yeah, students and scholars.
My chat box.
Yes, please hear that and respond. And Shagota, I'm sorry, I will not be able to take this question. You feel free to mail this question to Professor Ghosh. Professor Ghosh is typing her email address in the chat box. I'm very sorry, Shagota. Okay. So now we move on to almost the concluding section of our presentations today. Professor Nandini Bhattacharya needs no introduction whatsoever. Our very own dear departmental head and our very own dear Nandini. She has worked extensively and published extensively on the 19th century. And today she intends to speak on Carpenter's civilization, its causes and cure. Nandini, over to you.
Thank you, and I hope to be very, very brief. And I thank all the participants, everybody who has made time for this to happen, this memorialization, this connection to happen. I also pay my deepest regards to Professor Gautam Buddha Shural, who lost his mother yesterday night. And so he could not come, but he is there with us in spirit. And he has been a scholar of Professor Borua in Burdwan. And had he been here, then I think we would have got a little more insight into the manner in which Professor Borua had supervised his scholars while in Burdwan. Nevertheless, I believe that this will be a continuing conversation, and my presentation is very, very brief, very, very, simply trying to sum up. I would just like to mention in relation to what Oindrila has said, that there is a predominant, the shadow of a myth, which was revived by Perrault in The Sleeping Beauty, which was a major influence on Tess of D'Urberville's. And the question of raping a sleeping woman was thought to be a privilege of the feudal aristocracy. And hence, what we read in Tess one of the ways in which Tess can be read is, of course, by understanding this deep-rooted male fantasy, which, of course, when Perrault was Biedermeiering his work, he was making it more middle class from the original sources, the French folk sources. He turned the rape into a kiss, the kiss that, wakes up the girl. So a fairly terrible story of violation that was turned into a fairy tale, later made very famous by the Disneys. So just this little thing that I would like to say among the many things that were Biedermeiered, including the question of Rapunzel, who was made pregnant, but in the Kindermärchen, it was considered to be just, a slip of the tongue that she had said that she was going to that the witch pulled her hair harder than in the original Oldenburg manuscripts. It's about her, how she talks about her clothes becoming tighter, a clear reference to pregnancy. Anyway, so let me come back to what I wanted to say. I said reading Edward Carpenter's Civilization, Its Causes and Cure, and other essays, 1889, was written at a point when Victorian civilizational sun was at its brightest, is to hardly miss the essay's shaping trope, that of sickness and cure, of health and the lack thereof. Central to the question of a diseased civilization are the questions of the body, its eating, its wearing, housing, and socializing habits. Such issues are not free-floating matters or even matters of individual or community's choice, but deeply implicated in questions of asymmetrical production and consumption systems of a capitalist society. It is this particular awareness that makes Carpenter so relevant today. Production of continual and excessive desire is the motor of late 19th century British economy, and that is sustained through the logic of rapid acquisition and obsolescence. Carpenter attacks this very logic of acquisition rather than the practice of acquisition, and turns it upon its head. I wanted to speak a little about how he plays around with the Darwinian logic of evolution, from less to more, from primitive to civilization, by prioritizing minimalism over acquisition. But there isn't enough time, so I'm just letting this go. I also wanted to say that Civilization, Its Causes and Cure was an amplification of an 1866 essay written as an undergraduate while he was at Cambridge. And this essay was called On the Continuance of Modern Civilization. This essay is far more upfront about the classist nature of English society, about lack of decent education for the poor, or the deprivation of women, the class-ridden nature of society, and the overtly commercial spirit that marked such societies. He was hugely influenced by F.T. Morris's Kingdom of Christ, and we have to look from Morris to understand this kind of a Christian socialism that Carpenter is talking about, the logic that he is deploying in that essay. Now, globalized as we are through contagion and seeking cure, forces us to read Civilization, Its Causes and Cure once again with a certain amount of melancholy. The realization of a world riven by an irreducible cure divide, where one world has medicines and vaccines and will continue to have them, and the other doesn't and won't, is to review Carpenter's essay with a burden of knowledge that precludes forgiveness. An awareness that we have become permanently dependent on Pfizer to not give us health, but to protect us from dying, is to be literally minimized in terms of civilizational expectations. The crux of the argument in Carpenter's essay, which I find to be, sort of path-breaking, is that health is not about not being sick, but health is a positive idea of engaging with the world, especially in terms of food, in terms of housing, in terms of socialization. The fact that I can't treat all of y'all to a cup of tea and can't see y'all, you see? So that is something that he's talking about. He's talking about health in terms of greater socialization. He's talking about health in terms of greater access. And he's talking about health in terms of approach to food in a far more critical way. I see Carpenter as a median point, that translucent light post at the crossroads that emits brilliance and through which various shades of brilliance are amplified and refracted. Carpenter must be inevitably read alongside Whitman, Ruskin, Owen, Morris, Simmons, Salt, Anna Kingsford, Engels, Hardy, Foster, just as he must be read alongside the Christian socialists, the Fabians, the social, though he was very, he disliked the Fabians. He thought that that kind of a material gas and sink, gas and drain socialism wouldn't work. And the various socialist thinkers of various hues at the turn of the century, about which Professor Danto has spoken at length. Now, the other important thing that I would like to say is that I'm quoting a little from Carpenter. Society in its final state is neither a monarchy nor an aristocracy nor an anarchy, and yet in another sense, it is all of these. It is an anarchy because there is no outward rule, but only an inward and invisible spirit of life. Now, we have to look at the Russian strain of anarchist thought, Kropotkin and Tolstoy, and it is this idea, this very, very romantic European idea, that is transferred into Hindu Swaraj. Now, he speaks about, I'm still quoting Carpenter, our locomotives, machinery, telegraphic, postal systems, strong drinks, tea, tobacco will not be objects of mere fetish worship now. Man will use them instead of their using him. Now, he talks about a naval cord of contact with nature. The key word is renovating civilization. I mean, in many ways, he is actually recasting the Darwinian idea of from less to more. And he's saying that the world is consciously feeling its way towards an establishment of socialist and communal life on a vast scale. Now, today, when we are denied of this communion, when we are denied of a chance to even see each other physically, I think this particular essay takes on another dimension altogether. Now, but what I have to talk about is that it is not a simple transference of Carpenter's ideas on housing, on communication, on food, and on sociability that were transferred to India. Now, when I have read Affective Communities, this is the one point that I would like to, in an otherwise path-breaking book, I would like to point out that when, yes, of course, Hind Swaraj is talking about civilization and its discontents. But civilization in 1889, you see, when this book is being published, I mean, Gandhi's book was published in 1909, 1910. When this book is being published, we can read Rajnarayan Bosu's Ekal o Shekal, and we see that there isn't electricity light, there isn't even gas lights in Calcutta, which is like the center of the British Empire in South Asia. And civilization really doesn't mean the same thing as it means in Europe. Trains do run and postal services have been resumed and telegraphic services have been resumed, but with several restrictions posterior to the mutiny or the uprising. the question of food habits, again, must be culturally embedded. The question of upobash, which Gandhi takes chock-a-block from the idea of abstinence, is not similar to not eating meat in a cold European country. The question of not having food on ritual days would have very, very gendered connotations in an Indian context. And it would also vary from place to place. In Gujarat, it would be one kind of a practice and I'm very, very aware of, I would like to refer to Anita Desai's novel, which I love very much, Fasting, Feasting. The gendered aspect of fasting, the fasting that is imposed on the widow, the fasting that is imposed on the woman on several occasions. So fasting is not necessarily a very proactive kind of a habit in India. So when we read Hindu Swaraj, I think, yes, Hindu Swaraj is a rewriting of civilization, its causes and cure. It uses the same argument. There is yet another book that I would turn your attention to that is called Key to Health, where many of the food alterities that Carpenter is talking about is expressed. Nevertheless, Gandhi does not locate them within our own practices. There is an unthinking affiliation that the Sahib has told this, and this is also true for a Hindu society. But it is not such a straightforward affiliation. The affiliations have several crooked lines or broken lines of communication. So food and approaches to food have very different connotations for a practicing Hindu in 1889. Now, housing, for example, again, I would turn to Vidyasagar, on whom I'm working right now, and his Attocharit, as well as Chandicharan Bandyopadhyay's first biography, which was written within a few years of Vidyasagar's death. So he was a younger contemporary. He speaks of Calcutta as a hellhole, a shit pot, because there is no drainage, there is no, inevitably the boy who comes from Kotok or Midnapur into Calcutta falls sick of dysentery. There is, the rooms are low, damp, and there is no proper drainage, whereas the Sahib Para, the white quarters are very well made. The native paras are poverty-stricken. One has to engage with the quantum of poverty that colonialism had brought upon India. And therefore, the famines that they brought upon India, when I hear of, Upobash, I cannot but think of the two great famines that ravaged our country while all these great reforms were going on. And one of the diseases that Indians suffered from was lack of food. All right. So, and when it came to women, it was even less lack of food. When it came to something like, say, Mahesh, a bovine in Sharat Chandra, it was about lack of water. Sharat Chandra, who's also writing almost at the similar point, an Edwardian sort of connection, he speaks in Srikanto about the terrible malaria that affects the Indians because the water bodies have been dammed up, because the rail lines must pass, and rail lines only pass, this progress only happens. I mean, Gandhi talks about progress as if the entire India is full of rail lines and post offices. In Postmaster, a short story by Rabindranath, the post office comes because there is an indigo planter who wants to do commerce. That is why there is a post office. The trains and the train lines move because the British want to move the raw products. I mean, read Srikanto if you are interested in this, raw products from one place to another. So sheer anthropological details tell us that our civilization and their civilization were not the same. Therefore, our cure and their cure were not the same either. Also, Carpenter is very, very embedded within certain areas like Camden and Whitehall, where he conducted his commune experiments. Therefore, there is a significant difference between imaginative utopian literature and the very hands-on, ground-level, community-based work that was being done. I'm not saying that these two don't have connections. I'm simply trying to say that as critical researchers, we should be aware. I mean, it is true that Ruskin's Unto This Last is adapted, translated by Gandhi as Sarvodaya. It is true that civilization, its cure is something that Gandhi uses in a very major way to structure the logic of Hindu Swaraj, especially the logic of inward freedom. You see, that anarchism, that Kropotkin idea that comes to Gandhi via the Victorian socialists, that you are your own master, and therefore Gandhi says that we have to non-violently protest against the British, because our inner Swaraj cannot be touched. So these are things that while Gandhi was hugely influenced by such ideas and had practically worked them out in a South African context, the context in India was very different. And as honest researchers, I think we ought to look at these differences and not simply conflate them. And the other thing that I would like to say is that this Key to Health was edited by Morarji Desai. You can have a look at this. And Key to Health has become again a very important issue, a very political issue today about whether one eats meat or whether one doesn't eat meat. Now, E.M. Foster had been prophetic when he had noted in a memorial volume that he edited within 2 years of Carpenter's demise that Edward Carpenter would miss the mortality bus. I mean, he was true. He was right. One of the reasons for such a prediction was Carpenter's incredible embeddedness within the particularity of English spaces and English times and English practices. The various journals in which his back to land issues, back to land ideas are expressed along with Morris, that have formed the basis of the predominant utopian thinking. While his utopian thinking is revolutionary and has transnational consequences, it is also true that Edward Carpenter was a nationalist. He was thinking of England and England's civilization. His utopianism is based on lived experiences and experiments and significantly different from the imaginative utopianism that scholars of literature deal with. Though books like Effective Communities have spoken of filiations and affiliations, the transnational circulations of Carpenter's ideas via Gandhi, it is important to note that Carpenter was fairly blind to colonization's violence. While he keeps speaking about the necessity of the English person to be open to the air, to come out of slums, to have better housing, to be integrated with nature, he is not at all concerned about how the Calcutta, where a healthy boy from Midnapur comes and suffers from eternal dysentery. In fact, Vidyasagar dies of something like a colon cancer, something like a cancer of the intestines. And this was true of many people of his times because of the lack of hygiene, lack of living conditions, lack of civilization in the first city of South Asia, the capital city of South Asia. I'm not even talking about other places. So Carpenter was fairly blind to colonization's violence, was racist and Judeophobic. He was He has been hijacked by the gender gang for his homophilic contents, but such hijacking has not looked into the material condition of man-man love in Victorian England. Neither have they cared to comment on Carpenter's horror of lesbian relationships. So all I am trying to say is that when we revive Carpenter studies, when we look at all these transnational connections, let us also consider Carpenter as a late Victorian, early Edwardian patriot and an English patriot who was critiquing Victorian acquisitiveness, who was critiquing Victorian society at that point of time, Victorian housing. He was talking about far more sustainable housing. Now, all these may have had some resonances in the various colonies of the British Empire, and such ideologies were path-breaking. Nevertheless, it is not necessarily a one-to-one line that we can draw from Carpenter. Carpenter is a product of his times. If he was not pro-lesbianism, I'm not going to critique him. I'm simply going to say that I can't expect, say, jilipi in a Sandesh shop. I will simply say that Carpenter is great for the kind of ideas that he produced, but those great ideas had their roots in the time and space which he inhabited. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini, for providing us with clues about the pitfalls of any kind of revivalist reading which is unmediated. If there are questions and observations, please feel free to share them with us. Dr. Bagchi, would you want to say something?
I would only want to say that when I heard Professor Bhattacharya, perhaps today it has become rather uncanny, but I also felt the late Professor Bagchi would have completely agreed with you. And that there is, of course, we all know that in all of this, there is also the matter of an unequally globalized space that we inhabit. I'm myself very aware of this. Professor Bagchi worked all her life in India. They were the generation that went back and worked in India. And it can become over facile to talk about transnational and transcultural flows, not necessarily always due to lack of knowledge, sometimes so, but I think the warnings that you gave us, Professor Bhattacharya, are very valuable. It's as if, and especially, in certain contexts, I admire the work very much of colleagues who talk about text after lives, what gets passed on as schemata, but what is ignored. And this is for me the issue where I find myself so strongly agreeing with you. It's part of what I talked about, that at an ethical level, we have to understand that we are products of colonization and imperfect, but nonetheless decolonization. And that understanding this entire colonial period involves acknowledging losses, genuine tragedies, and part of the danger is that we should unwittingly reinforce neo-colonialist interpretations. So this is where I would reinforce my observation. I'm sorry to be anecdotal, but I remember a dear and admired colleague of many of ours, Professor Martha Nussbaum, who very often, after having talked about the importance of sentiments, which is so much part of her work, and affect, says that's not enough. You need concrete redistributive justice. And part of the horror of colonialism was that redistributive justice at all levels was shockingly absent, and in fact, quite the reverse. So that siphoning off of resources in an obscene way from these countries that you then damage and then create ideologies around. We're very glad and grateful, and I say this here in an affective register, that we have figures like Carpenter, who at least, unlike Ruskin, who was even more out and outright racist, imperialist, and colonialist was not. But nuance is surely part of the researcher's job. And part of the strength of English literary studies is that it has this capacity to look at the devil in the detail, which allows us to do justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bakshi. Thank you. Professor Danta has raised his hand. Professor Danta, do you?
Yeah, I just actually would like to thank Nandini for saying what she said. But I think I would be a little unhappy actually to see the word patriarch actually being used for somebody like Carpenter. I know I know her sentiments, but if you look at Carpenter's that travel book that I talked about, I'm sure you have maybe seen it, looked at it. Carpenter does talk about housing problems in India, but then I think Arnita's nearly said I wanted to say. We cannot really look at these thinkers as the fountainheads of redistributive justice. What we are looking at is a very complex network of relationships. Sometimes they may have been right in their own settings. They may have been wrong in their own settings. But then, sometimes our intellect, with I think, Gandhi, Nehru, Tagore, they sometimes took it and then tried to give it a life in our own context. They may not have always succeeded. It's nobody's case that Carpenter was a guru for everybody whose ideas would be accepted by everybody. You also did not say that the idea is that, what he did in his own setting was sometimes used in our settings as well by people like, Gandhi, for instance. Not always successful, not always right. But would you like to maybe, he did not do what one would have expected him to do for, clearly for women's thinking. Because when Oindrila read her paper, I was also thinking about his reactions to, that the laws that, she was talking about. And Carpenter was not always very clear on the necessity or legality of the laws that were being introduced, 1885, 88 laws. So there are always these, what did you say? These uneven, complex kind of negotiations that people make with politics, with money, with wealth. And there is that wonderful essay by Gauri Viswanathan on how the British left ignored very often India's colonial question. Because when Raymond Williams writes about the country and the city, he writes about the English countryside, but he is very aware of what is happening to the Indian countryside or the Asian countryside or the colonial countryside. He remains quiet about it. So there remains, that contradiction remains. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But then we don't disagree. We don't disagree. On main points, we don't disagree.
We are in conversation.
Are there any other questions or observations? As Nandini has rightly pointed out, we cannot look for GDP in the shop which caters to Sandesh only. So we will, our takeaway from here would be that it's true. There are certain problems in rekindling or reviving interest in Edward Carpenter along lines which are facile and simplistic. But we also need to remember that Carpenter was a pacifist, was a gay rights activist, among other things. We have almost come to the end of our presentations. Today was definitely an enthralling, captivating, and a very dynamic, interaction, and also opening up several possibilities of exchange and dialogue and circulations. I will just take a minute before we move on to the other formality, because today is also a day where we remember Professor T.K. Borua. I have the privilege of being his student. However, very briefly, he retired from his service when I was in the first few months of my postgraduate studies in the Department of English at Burdwan University. So Professor Borua, in my memory, was this man, immaculately dressed, very handsome, tall, and grace and dignity, traveling that little distance from Tarabag to Golabbag in his premier Potini car. He oozed class. And I have a very personal memory I was in my 20s, so I can be very early 20s. I was a little girl, so I can be forgiven. And let this not give any ideas to my students who are listening to me. I was told off by Dr. Burdwan in one of his classes for being tad talkative. I cannot say that I have overcome that particular tendency still, but I have this very fond memory. And like every other thing that he did, he's even telling me off, that girl with the long neck, because he was still not familiar with her names. And I'm not sure whether he was familiar with my name at all, because it was hardly 2 or 3 months that he took our classes. But everything that he did, that telling off was also defined with such grace, affection, and class. That was my personal contribution to this entire event today. I will now invite my dear colleague, Dr. Sanjoy Malik, who is going to deliver the vote of thanks formally.
Okay. On behalf of the Department of English, actually we could not offer even tea, but we can only offer thanks. So at the end of this webinar, which was organized as a part of tribute to Professor Burdwan, Professor G.K. Burdwan, a renowned teacher and scholar. So I would like to thank our university authorities for providing all kinds of necessary support, without which it would have been really difficult for us to organize this webinar. I'd like to thank all the resource persons, Professor Vijay K. Danta, Department of English, Tezpur University, Assam. Dr. Bonita Bagchi, Associate Professor, Department of Comparative Literature, Utrecht University, Netherlands. And Dr. Wendila Ghosh, Associate Professor, Department of English, Diamond Harbour Women's University. So I would like to thank all the resource persons for enlightening us with their wonderful presentation. I would like to thank the participants for engaging in the critical deliberations, for enriching the sessions. I would like to thank all the participants for giving a patient hearing. So finally, I would like to thank all of you for this webinar exam.
Thank you.
Yes, I think we should call this to an end. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I thank you is a very small word. I mean, I don't know if Bonita stayed this there is Angela, who has a power cut in her house. There is Vijay sir, who is an important head of an important department. How much time you spare for it? You have been, trying to put up a good show. So if we have been able to put up a fair show, I think we'll give ourselves a pat on our backs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm ending the meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Let us leave that end call. Let us leave.
Okay. Thank you, sir.